Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome to Warsaw, to our OECD Future of Education and Skills 2030 conference, Education for the Future, Challenges to Curriculum Design and Effective Implementation. My name is Marcin Marciniak-Mierzejewski, and I will be your today's host during the meeting. For now, I would like to welcome Mrs. Barbara Nowacka, Minister of Education of Poland, and ask her to open today's sessions and welcome you on the behalf of the Ministry.
Dear colleagues, honorable guests, dear Minister of Education from Estonia, I'm really pleased to have you here in Warsaw in this very special moment for education in Poland and for our commitment and involvement in international educational community. After 8 years, I think, we are back in the debate on future of education and the future of creative and global thinking in terms of education. Evidence-based education returned to Poland after 8 years of the previous government. And it's been a year since not only our coalition took power in Ministry of Education, but also the Institute of Scientific Education is back in the international field, which is I'm very proud of. This forum highlights the importance of international cooperation, is addressing common challenges we all have in education, such as equality, diversity, inclusion, and digitalization in education. Poland is committed both learning from the best practices you have in your countries and supporting other nations by implementing effective education reforms. In 2026, Poland will implement a major educational reform aimed at modernizing curriculum, assessment, and pedagogy to meet the demands of changing world. We are eager to learn from each other. Graduate profile focus, empowering competences and agents bases, changing education based on science-driven evidence. New assessment system will shift the focus from memorization to evaluation students' ability to apply knowledge and real-world context. All the challenges we will be facing, we are hoping also will be based on your successes and failures. And that's why I believe it's so strongly important to have this international forum of not only changing views and ideas, but also learn from each other. And having said so, I am welcoming you all here, and I am keeping my finger crossed for your effective, fascinating debates, because from those debates we'll learn a lot, and we will be able to prepare our reforms and the next reforms in any other country that will follow, as good, as evidence-based, and as well prepared as in some of your countries you were successful. Thank you very much, and I am wishing you a great debates, great day, and enjoy quite warm Warsaw these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, really, we have today in Warsaw perfect weather for a conference, because it's a little bit windy, a little bit cold, although it isn't below zero. So now I would like to ask Mr. Maciej Jakubowski, Director of the Research Institute in Warsaw, Educational Research Institute in Warsaw, to say a few words for the opening.
Thank you. I would like to first welcome Ministers of Poland, Minister of Estonia, Director for Education at the OECD. I'm very glad after, I think, more than 10 years, we again have an OECD education-related event in Poland. I'm very proud that we were able to invite you here to discuss our curriculum reform and to learn from you. I would say we are back on the international map. We want to learn from other countries and we want to join the best countries in education in the world globally. From now on, we invest in evidence in education, international cooperation, and nationally, we also want to cooperate much more than before. We want to discuss what challenges you were facing when implementing curriculum reform in your countries. We don't want to discuss only big ideas. We want to learn from you how to implement these changes in every school so the real change happens. I heard that yesterday the workshops were very effective, and I heard from my colleagues they learned a lot, and I hope you also learned a lot from these exchanges. And today we have amazing line of speakers, and we'll be speaking on the curriculum from many different perspectives. We'll be talking about inclusive education, digitalization. We'll be talking about implementation of curriculum and the big ideas, big concepts we are driving curriculum change. So again, welcome to all of you in Poland, and thank you for joining us for this global discussion on how to reform education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Yes, in fact, we've had fantastic workshops, very inspiring yesterday. We've visited schools and other institutions in Warsaw. So I hope you will be able to join us here the next time we will be having this conference. I'm talking to all our guests on the internet. And thank you for all the guests here with us in Novotel in Warsaw that you are with us right now. And now, because we were talking a really big deal about rethinking and changing education, I would like to ask Mrs. Kristina Kallas, Minister of Education and Research, Estonia, to give us a little speech about just that.
Dzień dobry. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about the education, which is absolutely my favorite topic, obviously. I represent here Estonia, and I will talk today about Estonia because it's obviously the country that I know the best. So I will take the privilege of talking about things that I know about. And the presentation is not so much about policy as about a little bit of reflection on the question that I have been asked as a Minister of Education so many times in past 2 years. And the question is that because Estonia is #1 in Europe in PISA results, and because Estonia is #4 in the world in PISA results, then how do you do it? And I never know how to answer this question because there is no one single answer that you say that you have this do 1, 2, 3, 4 things and then you will be as good as Estonia. I don't think that there is such an answer. And today in this speech, I would like to just reflect on how we see education in Estonia, how we see the education is changing and what needs to be done in this changing world. And maybe from this, my presentation, you will get some food for thought about your own countries, about your own schools, about your own curriculums. But it's definitely not a textbook for copying, because I don't think that the education systems can be copied one-to-one. Just for the start, few words about Estonia, because I don't think that it's always aware, people who talk how small the country is. It's not even a small country, it's a micro country. It's a country with 1.3 million people. I always had, I've lived in Poland, and when Polish people think of small countries, they usually think about around 10 million. That's the small country. So it's 1.3 million population. Its territory is the size of the Netherlands, but the resident population is very small. We have 500 schools, which is pretty much a list of schools that you can do in one Excel file. And you have about 170,000 students. So it's a tiny country, but it's very diverse because we have islands, many islands. So some of the schools we have in Estonia on those islands have 12 pupils, or some schools have more teachers than pupils in the school. And we have big schools in the big cities. So it's extreme diversity when it comes to the type of the school network that we have. We are, of course, EU NATO member, that's what you know, but Estonia is also a digital country. It says 99% of our public services are digital, and they have been digital since 2000. So for 25 years, Estonians have been operating as a digital governance system. We have been voting online. We have been doing everything online. There's 1% of the things that are not digital. I always wondered what it is. I asked the ministry, so what is this 1% that is not yet digital? And it turns out that it's a divorce. So you can't divorce online. You have to actually go physically to the office to divorce. But the rest of the things are pretty much working online. Why I'm talking about is because it's important also for the education. We understand that if the whole governance structure of the society works digitally, then education has to work digitally as well, because we have to prepare children for operating in a very technology-rich environment. Just very quickly about Estonia's bumpy road in education. Why I call it bumpy? It's because our current education system is just 30 years old. It's not a historical 200, 300 years old education system. It's an education system that we started re-establishing in 1991. But we are the country where education system itself historically was there before the country came into being. So our education system, our Estonian language-based education system, is older than our state. And that is a fundamental importance to the education system, because teacher community and school communities around the schools, they feel the ownership of the school, and they have this mentality saying, we were here first. And then you, as a country, as a ministry, came. So we are historically a very soul of that community here. The school was here. Historically, the origins of Estonian nation creation and nation building was based on the school. So if in the United States of America, the founding fathers of the countries are lawyers and the businessmen and tradesmen, then in our country case, the founding fathers of Estonian Republic and Estonian state were the teachers and the school principals. So this gives a very important position for that profession in a society. It's still very honored profession and very honored position in a community if you're a teacher or if you're a school principal. But that comes from historical roots of Estonian education system. During the Russian-Swedish rule, both rules, we had already established an Estonian education system in Estonian language in the village schools, and then later it became a state under the state when the state was created. During the Soviet occupation, in the period of 1944 to 1991, a parallel Russian language education system was created. It was a completely parallel system established by the occupying regime. Russian schools were run by Moscow. They were not under the administration of Estonian Ministry of Education. They were under the administration of Russian Ministry of Education. The teachers came from Russia. The curriculum was Russian Federation curriculum. So it was a completely parallel system. In 1991, we started integrating this Russian school network into Estonian education system. It has been very, very difficult journey, politically difficult, not technically and educationally difficult, but politically very difficult. And we are now in the last phase of that integration. So starting from this year, from the 1st of September 2024, first graders and fourth graders of Russian schools transited into Estonian language of instruction. So we are stopping the process of having a separate Russian schools in Estonia. They will be all Estonian schools, but in the schools where the Russian is spoken by kids at home in majority, in those schools they will have a mother tongue instruction as a separate curriculum. Of course, we need to support the mother tongue instruction, but we will not have any longer two separate education systems. And it's a question of not of a Russian language as such. It's a question of integration of education systems, because the pupils of Russian schools have been underperforming also in PISA results, but we see it also on national exam systems. They have been academically underperforming, and it creates a lot of socioeconomic disadvantages for the Russian minority. And this has been an issue for us for 30 years to make sure that the Russian kids would have an equal opportunity in education system compared to the Estonian kids as well. Yes, here is Estonian performance in the last PISA. So this is what we are obviously very proud of. We have been number one in Europe in mathematics. We have been sharing first position in reading with Ireland, and we have been number one also in science. Similarly to many other European countries, there has been a drop on basic skills, but the drop has been significantly less compared to many other countries. And I will reflect a little bit about why do we consider Estonian education system to be strong, and what are the strengths of there that we survived pandemic. Our education system was more resilient, maybe surviving the pandemic compared to many other education systems. There are the results globally. You see, of course, Singapore is an absolute top performer in points. Then you have parts of China, Japan, Korea, and then comes Estonia, number 4. We are a very, very tiny country with a very, very tiny language resource. I mean, the number of people who speak Estonian language is less than 1 million, because out of 1.3 million, 350,000 are Russian language speakers, and less than 1 million are the Estonian language speakers. So sustaining the education system in Estonian language has always been a big challenge, because it's a very limited resources that you can use for doing that. But there are some elements that are crucial. I think what is important, apart from the basic skills in mathematics, science, and functional reading, I think is also what PISA measures is a growth mindset. Growth mindset of students. There is a question in PISA regarding whether the beliefs of the students, whether the students believe that intelligence is something that is given to you at birth, or something that you develop with an effort to learn. So the percentage of students that believe that it's not given is the percentage that gives you the growth mindset in the country. So we have a very, very high percentage, close to 80% of the students believing that it's not given. It's something that you work with, intelligence. You can be good at math. It's not something that you are born with. Being good at math is a work. It's a hard work and learning, and everybody can do it. So this growth mindset is a very essential element in education. So if your students in your country evolve this growth mindset, then you are in the path to the success of them actually acquiring the skills and education that they need. Creative learning is also something that PISA evaluated in last round in 2022. Estonia students performed very well in creative processes as well. They also are very good at self-directing, and I will talk about this, why we believe that what is the basis of our students in education system having very good self-directing skills. They feel safe and secure in their school environment. They are very satisfied with their life, boys more than girls. And there is interesting tendency that we see in Estonia. I don't know how it's in your countries. We see mental health problems increasing drastically among the girls. And not among the boys, but mostly among the girls. And this is one of the concerns that we have to pay attention to, the mental health with the girls. And in our education system, they are taught by the teachers, and the teachers feel that's how they respond to the PISA questions, that they have the most freedom to shape their own learning processes in the class. And I will address this issue as well. So, why Estonia is performing so high, and this is a reflection. This is not a statement, so what I put down here. This is a reflection how we believe that what are the strengths of Estonian education system. First, of course, the overall mentality of the society, which sets aim high and work hard. Our curriculum is quite demanding. If we compare to many other countries, Estonian curriculum in terms of the learning outcomes for the students is rather demanding, and it requires work. And hard work is something that is entailed in the school process. It's you have to work hard. I mean, it's also part of the growth mindset. If you think that everybody can be good in math, everybody can do it. It just needs hard work. You need to work for that. It's not just given. It's a hard work. What is important is the autonomy. Autonomy of the teachers, of the schools, and of the school ownership. In case of Estonia, we believe that in our education system, the best pedagogical decisions are made closest to the child, to the closest level to the child. So, which means that that's the teacher level. So the teacher is the one who can decide how she will teach. It's mostly she. How she will teach. What processes will be designed, how the learning process will be designed, whether this will be in a classroom today or it will be outside of the classroom today, whether she will do it in a theater or she will do it in hybrid format from home, whether she will use chalk and a desk, or she will use paper, or she will use a mobile phone, or whatever she will use. She is the one designing the learning process based on what kids she has in the class, where these kids are with their learning processes, and what are their needs in terms of designing the learning process. So that's very fundamental belief in our case, that we don't have instructions from the top down to the teacher how the learning process should be conducted in the classroom. The second thing, the decision regarding who is the teacher who teaches, what are her professional capacities for this specific job, is decided by the school principal. The school principal has an absolute autonomy to form his team, her team, it's mostly actually her in Estonia as well, form her team, design how many teachers, what kind of jobs are in the school. The next level about what kind of schools do you have, small schools, big schools, Montessori schools, Waldorf schools, separate gymnasiums and the primary schools separate. This is a decision of the local municipalities. It's not the decision of the state on the top. So that's how you work hierarchy up. And the last is a Ministry of Education that decides basically two things. Decides framework curriculum for everybody, learning outcomes for everybody, and the financing system of the system. So autonomy to the lowest level possible, to the decision-making level, is something that is very important in our system. As a minister, Polish minister Barbara, my colleague, said very good, evidence-based policymaking in education is absolutely fundamental. In our education law, almost first paragraph says Estonian education is science-based. And I think this is very crucial in education systems, that the governance of the education systems is evidence-based. You collect evidence, you are basing your decisions on evidence, not on ideology, not on politics, but on policy and evidence, a sound policy. An equity-based system, we believe that children should not be segregated or separated based on their academic performance early on in education. The first moment when children in Estonia will have a selection process is when they are 16. So when they're 16, graduating from the grade 9, then going to gymnasium or technicum is the first selection process. Until then, we need to make the basis of equity. All kids have the equal opportunities to study in the same schools. Diversity is very important. I mentioned it's a decision of the local governments about the school network, and we have a very diverse school network. We have a huge diversity in approaches, what the schools are applying. We just had a case with, for example, with one of the schools in Tallinn. I mean, the biggest socioeconomic gaps we have in student performance is actually in the capital city. It's not between the capital and the rural and urban. It's inside of the capital city. We have a huge socioeconomic gaps between the student performance. And we talked with the mayor of the city about it, and there is one school that is really low performing. We saw it from the examination results that 75% of the pupils of that school failed mathematics exam of the 9th grade. And it turns out that the school is operating the catchment area that is mostly social housing. So there is a social housing catchment area, and of course this is already a problem. We need to change the catchment area of that school, so it can't be just serving one specific socioeconomic group of pupils. But the other thing, what the school decided to do, is that they will open Montessori class. So they will apply a different type of methodology for teaching the kids that are coming from the social housing communities. And but this is important for the diversity, that you have to allow the diversity within the school system to operate, so that the school level can make a decision regarding how they will approach the specific kind of children that they have in the school. Early childhood education. I will in a minute stop on this, because we believe in Estonia that the fundamental basis of kids' success in mathematics, in science, and in functional reading is founded in early childhood education. In Estonia, kids go to school and compulsory education starts at the age of 7, which means that by the time they are 15 and they are sitting their PISA tests, they are usually 1 or 2 years less in school than the rest of the world children. But yet they are still performing very well. And the reason for that is the early childhood education, what they are doing. And in a minute, I will talk about it. And digital technologies, using digital technologies in education from early on is important element. Early years education. This is an excerpt from our early years education program curriculum. It says that based on the general goal, educational activities support the child's physical, mental, social and emotional development, as a result of which the child's develop holistic and positive self-image, understanding of the surrounding environment, ethical behavior and initiative, primary work habits, physical activity, and an understanding of the importance of maintaining health, and develops play, learning, social and self-appropriate skills. If you see from this, it mentions nothing about mathematics, science, reading. No academic development skills is in the focus of early childhood education. The fundamental focus of our early childhood education is self-management skills, emotional kind of capacity to handle the situations, self-directing skills, play, the capacity to understand the environment around you, being capable of communicating with other people, basically being ready to learn. And that's the fundamentals of the curriculum. I've been asked by many international colleagues of mine that indeed, is it the case that the child who is 7 years old goes to school in Estonia and can't read, if that is okay? In case of Estonia, it's absolutely okay that he can't read. He might know that he should know the letters, but the reading is not essential. Essentially is that he's capable of learning, which means that he's capable of sitting down, taking the notebook out, focusing, managing his social emotional situation. And this is all in kindergarten designed through the play. And we really believe that this is a fundamental basis of the success of children in a later age, because it brings all the children to the readiness level. So if you start academic teaching very early on, age 5, age maybe even earlier, some children are capable of doing it and they will fast forward. They will fast forward with academic learning, and many children are not yet capable of doing it. So in early childhood education, we believe you have to focus on bringing all children to the level that they will be capable of learning academic skills. And that is very important in early childhood education. The teachers, our pre-kindergartens are schools. They are officially schools by the law. They are not nurseries or care centers. They are schools. They employ pedagogical staff. Teachers who work in early childhood are teachers with bachelor degree, at least minimum bachelor degree in pedagogy and early childhood pedagogy. I already mentioned the teacher autonomy. I will not maybe stop now anymore so much, but it's the integrity of teaching profession is very important, that the teacher can do the moral decisions and feel the moral responsibility for her or his profession. For that, there has to be a lot of autonomy. But autonomy does not come without the trust in the teacher and without the professional collaboration among the teachers. So these are the two crucial important elements. The trust can be built by the fact that the professional education of the teachers is very high. So the professional readiness of the teachers to work in this profession, and this can be achieved. One thing is universities, of course, but the second thing is teacher professional collaboration, the professional collaboration networks that maintain the high standard of the profession. And that's so the teachers would work with each other, and there is a teacher community that safeguards and makes sure through the peer responsibility that this is important, that the teacher profession is professionally high standard, and then the autonomy is something that works in this system. Development of digital competencies. Estonia started it with very early on, as I said already in year 2000, the whole governance system was operating digitally. That means that also schools had to start operating digitally. In 1997, we had a first digitalization program in schools. I remind you, 1997, when we computerized and put internet into every single school in Estonia. That was a national project of connecting all schools to internet. This resulted in private companies designing internet-based digital learning platforms for the schools very quickly, and we have been using them for more than 20 years now in education system. It doesn't mean that in Estonia, if you go to the classroom, the kids are sitting behind iPads. No, they use paper and pen as much as they use iPads or mobile phones. It's a teacher's learning process design that she decides in what kind of learning processes is done through the iPad and what kind of learning processes are done through the paper and pen, because these are different learnings. It's not the same learning. And the teachers, again, the teachers' competences, teachers' digital competences become crucial here. So what we did 5-6 years ago, we started training the teachers in the digital competences to make sure the teacher understands that what kind of learning happens for 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 12-year-old, and 15-year-old through the iPad. Again, this is a different learning. 5-year-old and 15-year-old learns very differently when they use digital tools. But the teacher needs to understand what learning actually happens and what is the capacity of the 5-year-old at all use the digital technologies. These capacities are very limited there anyway. But 15-year-old is already very capable of using digital technologies for the learning. So this is what we did. We started training teachers in digital competencies, and then pandemic happened. Of course, we didn't know 6 years ago that it will happen, but it happened, and we saw that our teachers were very quick in switching from the classroom teaching to the digital online teaching, just because we had trained them in using digital tools in designing the learning process. So we were quite successful in this, and the learning interruptions were very minimal to the education system. Also because the autonomy of the teacher to decide how to design the learning process was very big. They were not sitting and waiting for the ministry to tell them what they have to do now. They immediately redesigned for the next day for their learning process. So this combination of digital competencies of the teachers and autonomy in right to decide how you design the learning process very quickly worked in favor of pandemic for the schools to reorganize their learning very quickly. As I said, digital competencies of the teachers are the key. Now, the horizontal digital competencies of the students, there used to be a separate competence block in the curriculum, but we had a curriculum reform in 2023 when all the horizontal, what we call horizontal competencies, this is social emotional capacities, digital competencies, international communication competencies, they were not anymore just a separate batch of horizontal competencies, but they were included into every subject competence. So if you teach math, then in the math program you have included also those what we call mainstreaming through the horizontal competencies. So the math teacher is also a digital technology teacher, and she's also a social emotional skills teacher at the same time. This is just an overview of processes we see that are happening in curriculum reform. Of course, learner-centered approach. We are redesigning currently the learning process to do the more learner-centered technology is also a very important aspect and assistant in this process of doing more learner-centered curriculum. Also, learning options respond to the developments in society. What we mean is that if society is becoming technology rich and technology is everywhere, in Estonia you vote through the mobile phone. So if you vote via mobile phone, the school cannot be the place where you ban the mobile phone. So this is something that we have to acknowledge, and there are a lot of risks related to overusing technology or using the technology for the wrong purposes and then the wrong way. And again, here the teacher competence is crucial because teacher needs to understand what are the risks of technology. But we in Estonia strongly believe that we can't ban the technology from the school because that's what the society is going, and that's where the technology is. We just need to be very smart the way we integrate technology into the education systems. Yes, I go back in a minute. Sorry. Can I go back? No? Okay, now I go. No, goes back and forth. Sorry, I will try to go. I want to go back to the to the chart. I wanted to talk about before then about the artificial intelligence because it's here. I mean, 3 years ago, we all had a disruptive shock of realizing that ChatGPT just arrived and it's on everybody's phone. It's on everybody's phone. We didn't expect that. We didn't think that this kind of a generative AI will evolve so fast that everybody will have it on the phone. They can create virtual realities. They can create texts. They can post photos of Jennifer Lopez that nobody knows whether it's actually she who is there. So this generative AI came 3 years ago with such a surprise speed, and it has made quite significant disruptions into also in education systems. Students are using it. Make sure you are probably 100% sure that they're using it. Now, what does it mean? It means that everybody's knowing this Bloom taxonomy, right? Of this is a taxonomy of cognitive skills. Education systems throughout the last 200 years have been focusing on this lower order thinking skills. Teaching those skills, has been the main focus of the primary education, also upper secondary education, and maybe at the university you get to the higher order thinking skills. But the most of the education system go on this remembering, understanding, and then repeating, remembering, understanding, repeating, memorizing, repeating, learning the stereotypes, applying the stereotypes, and that has been the focus of the education systems. Well, the argument goes now, which we think in case of Estonia, is that that's not enough anymore in the 21st century, because the AI is just overspeeding us in most of those things. That means that the human capacity, we have to evolve as humans. We have to do the evolutionary jump here. We have to evolve from much faster our brains have to much faster adjust to the higher order thinking skills in much earlier age than we have been doing so far. So those higher order thinking skills, analyzing, evaluating, meta-level thinking, critical thinking, these are all the skills that have to be not waited till the university and PhD programs, but already in primary school and already in gymnasium, in upper secondary school. This requires a different type of the teaching, methodology, different type of didactics when it comes to teaching. So but we can't, of course, forget the basic lower level skills either. It's not that we jump immediately to the higher order thinking skills. We have to do the lower order thinking skills and then we build higher order thinking skills. But what all our education systems are now in this evolutionary challenge of either we evolve or our education as humans becomes really, I don't want to call it obsolete, but it becomes, the robots, the generative technology will take the consciousness over. I mean, that's a question of next century, whether the humans will evolve or not. Humans have always evolved when we have discovered, we have invented technology throughout the history, and then this technology that we have invented had forced us to evolve as human species, always. We stood on our 2 legs up because the technology that we discovered evolved. We started cultivating the land, we developed technology for that. There has been a history of humankind of evolution, and this is a next jump in evolution, I believe, that the generative AI is putting us in. So the education systems, the new curriculums, the new teaching methods, the role of the teacher in 21st century is very much in this higher order thinking skills development. And that means that the learning process in the schools have to change. These are the skills that we are currently in Estonia focusing on developing in our curriculums. As I said, we integrated those skills from the separate set of general skills into every subject curriculum. So every subject curriculum has to focus on developing those skills, and now it's crucial to redesign the didactics and in the classroom how the teachers are actually teaching. By the way, very important, which is quite often omitted from the 21st century skills debate, is ethical decision making, because with the AI, the capacity of the human to make decisions regarding what is morally right or wrong, just and fair, is becoming more and more important. And the school has to focus on that. And last but not least the potential of AI as we see it is a catalyst. As I said, it puts us into this evolutionary pressure to do it differently. We are open in Estonia towards the benefits of potential application of AI in education. We are very aware of the risks of this, and the risks are related to the fact if the teachers are not ready to use it, and the teachers are forced to use it without actually basic competencies and understandings of how to use it. So again, I'm repeating myself several times, teacher competences, teacher competences. Teachers are the key in education system, and if you want any change to happen, you have to start from them, and they are the ones who are driving the change as well. But learning should not be led by AI. So if you learn at a diversified, personalized learning path that are assisted by technology but not led by technology, because if the learning process in the future is led by technology, then I think we will all become just the tools for the same generative AI. We will be just a part of them, not them being part of the humankind. So it has to be very carefully paid attention that we don't do the mistake of allowing AI to lead our learning processes, but it has to be human-led. This is my summary of how we are operating in Estonian education system. And now I think we have 6 minutes for the questions, right? Thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any questions to Mrs. Kallas? There's one. Please hand them the mic.
Thank you for this fascinating talk. My name is Michał Gulczyński and I study education gender gaps. I try to understand why boys have worse education outcomes than girls. And part of the success of Estonia, why it overtook Finland, for example, is that the gender gap in reading is smaller in Estonia than in Finland. So why do you think the gender gap is still quite large? I believe it's above average in the OECD average. But why is it smaller than in Finland and other well-performing countries?
We have, well, I don't know if this explanation is relevant because it's just a hypothesis. Let's put it this way. I haven't tested if that is actually the correct answer. But we have at the end of the 9th grade, when you graduate the primary lower secondary education at the age of 16, you have to perform in 3 subjects, which is math, reading and English. In math and reading, you have a threshold that you have to pass in order to actually exit the school. And this threshold is 50% of the exam have to be done so that you can pass it. What we see is that in math, with every year, we see this 50% threshold is reached with, of course, most of the students, but the underperforming student percentage is constantly growing. So we used to have only 15% of the students that didn't make it to the 50%, but now last year we had already 23% of the students that didn't make it to the 50%. And we are very concerned about the math and the basic mathematical skills, and especially with boys. So actually the gap in math is also happening with boys at the age of 16. In reading, it's almost no gap there and almost no underperformance. So almost majority of the kids are passing this 50% of the functional reading exam that they do at the 9th grade. And I think that the reason behind that is a teacher, in general school curriculum, the focus on reading as a general skill throughout all subjects is important. If you do the math, you need to know the functional reading. If you do biology, you need to know the functional reading. So the reading is something that is not just in literature class. We have actually very few hours of literature classes, to be honest, in the curriculum. It's something that you do as a reading is an exercise that you do in absolutely all subjects. And it has to be quite a big part of the subject's teaching. So we see the results that this is not so crucial gap what we see by the 9th grade. We are more concerned about the math, because math is only learned on the mathematics class somehow, is still in Estonia, and the application of math knowledge in other subjects is much more limited. So I believe that reading is something that has to be done in all the subjects. I don't know if that's true, but that's my hypothesis.
We have another question right here in the 3rd row. In fact, we have 2 questions there.
Thank you. That's a very impressive presentation. My question really is a number of countries struggle with how assessment often, is seen as the tail that wags the curriculum and teaching dog. And in your explanation there, as many countries are doing and looking at non-cognitive skills, many of those that you indicated, of course the assessment approach for those is going to be different to testing and the traditional ways of assessment. So the tools and the strategies that are available to teachers in how to assess development progress along various non-cognitive areas. Are you able to talk about what work has been done in that area in Estonia?
I believe, and we in Estonia believe, that assessment is a very, very crucial part of the education system. You need to get feedback to the learners, because that's basically the education process. You learn and then you get the feedback about what you have actually learned. So omitting assessment as such and considering this to be obsolete of something, let's not grade students, let's not do the exams, let's not do the test, we don't think that that's actually the right way to go. You need to do the tests, you need to do the exams, you need to do the assessment. We have the assessment system that because our primary school curriculum is divided into 3 groups of years 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and 7 to 9. So after each of the 3 years, the students are sitting the national test. It's a standardized national test, grade 3, where they would need to perform the learning outcomes of the grade 3 of the first 3 years of the schooling. It's not graded, the national test. It's just an evaluation test of your performance, of the learning outcome performance, so that we see whether the students are actually reaching the learning outcomes. The same they do at the grade 6. The second national standardized testing, and then there is exit exams at the grade 9 that they all need to perform with a threshold there. Regarding the assessment on a daily basis on school, this is a teacher's decision. We don't have a national system of prescribed assessment. The teachers and the schools design their own assessment methods. There is some framework that the curriculum recommends to use, but the main recommendation is that you have to use assessment. Assessment has to be there, whether this is oral, written format, whether this is numerical assessment, whether this is something else, but there has to be an assessment, because it has the kids and the parents need to get information and feedback about the learning process.
Thank you. And we have just next to you, your neighbor has another question. And I'm afraid it might be the last one.
Yeah.
Because we are on time schedule, so please.
Good morning, Mrs. Kallas. Thank you very much. My name is Monica Huang from the European Federation of Education Employers. And you mentioned that you like this top-down approach and teachers has a lot of autonomy. I was wondering, where is the role of employers, of education employers in Estonian context? How is the social dialogue, and what is the role of social partners in Estonia's curriculum reforms and all the digitalization and AI processes? Thank you.
Oh yeah, the teacher union. We have a very strong teacher trade union, and they are the main negotiators when it comes to any educational reforms. So we just had a 1-year-long process of negotiating with the social partners, that means with the local governments and with the teacher trade unions, regarding the teaching profession requirements and the teaching profession job descriptions. It was through the social partnership negotiations of 9-month-long negotiations, putting into set of what is the requirements for the teachers in reading the professional performance and the requirements for the teachers regarding the job assignments and the framework of their job assignments. So this all goes usually through the very long social negotiations and partnership process. It's never top-down that the ministry decides and then sends it down. It's always It's very tiring for the minister. It's very demanding because we have almost 17 partners behind the table to negotiate this. There's constant media attention to this, but I think that's the only way to go, is that you do through the social partnership negotiations, the professional development of the teacher profession. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister Kristina Kallas, Minister of Education and Research, Estonia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have another session in a moment. I would just need my colleagues to prepare the stage for our next speakers. Just for a little bit of maybe not so relevant information and perspective, Estonia is 1.3 million inhabitants, and here in Warsaw we have more than 2 million inhabitants right now. In Educational Research Institute, we strongly believe in importance of evidence, of research, of data, and that any change in education should be driven by data and by the research. And now I would like to ask Mr. Maciej Jakubowski, Director of the Educational Research Institute, to moderate another session. And this session will be started by Mr. Andras Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills at the OECD. And please come to us to the stage. Mr. Schleicher will deliver us the 21st century curriculum design and implementation, international perspectives. And I would also like to invite Mr. Tim Oates, Group Director of Assessment Research and Development at Cambridge Assessment, UK. And you will be telling us about closing the gap between policy and practice, policy making by the state and curriculum making by teachers. And Mr. Jakubowski, the floor is yours.
I will just say a few words of introduction. So we have two incredible speakers. I know Andreas for, I think, almost 20 years. I worked with him in the OECD. Then I worked when I was deputy minister as the government representative. And now we also collaborate on putting evidence together. And we have Tim Oates from Cambridge Assessment. And these two people know everything about education. So they will tell us what they want in, for say, half an hour. But then you can ask any question you can imagine, and I'm pretty sure they will respond to that, showing the evidence, but also showing the cases of countries of solutions you can implement in your case. So thank you. Andreas, please.
Thank you so much, and it's really great to be back in Poland again. You know, 20 years ago, many people around the world actually followed very closely what's happening in this country. And Poland was rising up the PISA kind of charts in almost any domain. But it was also a country that had a clear plan. Actually, when you spoke with policymakers in Poland in those days, they knew what kind of future they were looking for in education. And that's a quite rare phenomenon in education. Much of what we do in education is negotiated among stakeholders on very kind of short timelines. And in those cases, actually, Poland was a good example that had a plan. And I think it's good to be back at a time when that engine is gathering steam again. So let me just share some thoughts. First of all, you know, what do we expect from school these days, from the curriculum? And by the curriculum, I don't mean, you know, what we write in some books, but what is being learned and taught in school. And that's what the curriculum is about. I think the first thing is perhaps easy. Now, we want that, you know, school helps you figure out why you are here on this planet. Now, what is important to you? Now, what is it that you want to achieve in your life, contribute to your society? If school does that, it has already accomplished a lot. But, you know, it's not enough. School needs to help you figure out what your talents are, what you are good at, what you can become really good at. And that's, I think, get actually a lot more challenging. It means that what you expect from a teacher is not just to be a good instructor, but a good coach, a good mentor, a good facilitator, a good evaluator, creative designer of innovative learning environments. And I think that is where, you know, the curriculum really comes in. And even that doesn't make people happy. You know, what makes people happy is usually the difference they make to the lives of other people, to their communities. And I think helping students understand what the world expects from them, what the world looks like. No? You cannot be what you cannot see. And I think schools often are very good to keep the students inside and the rest of the world outside, but building those kinds of connections with the real world is important. And finally also helping people, of course, translate better skills into better jobs, better lives. That's also a really, really important objective now. And school and the school curriculum can be incredibly powerful. No? We often underestimate the influence that the school curriculum can have on what we achieve. And I want to just illustrate this. You know our learning compass in the OECD. Where we look not just at the knowledge that we develop, but also the skills, the capacity of people to use, to apply what we know, to bring to bear what they know, but also attitudes and values. Now, Minister Kallas just spoke about, our capacity to make ethical decisions. Now, maybe one of the main differentiators from artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence, is ethically neutral, but it's always in the hands of people who are not neutral, and that's really, I think, what education can shape, can influence. Now. But let's, we just spoke about it at Estonia, #1 in Europe. Let's look at Japan, #1 in the OECD. Now you can see that yellow bar, academic performance, 10 out of 10 points. Now, in mathematics and science, Japanese students are very, very good when it comes to mathematical thinking, scientific thinking, and so on. But then, when you look beyond the surface on PISA, you see Japan has a lot of other things to learn. Japanese students are not particularly happy. You can see that orange bar being quite short. They show a relatively low level of emotional resilience. Being able to reinvent yourself when the world is changing around you. That's very, very important in the world we live today. So you can see there is so limited agency. In the world of today, it's not just what you know, what you can do, but can you actually mobilize your cognitive, social, emotional resources, to do things, to be entrepreneurial, to create things. And you can see, an education system has been very successful in what it intended to do, teaching, students math and science, but it's struggled on other dimensions where maybe there has been less focus. Let's have a look at Poland. And you'll be surprised. Poland is actually not very different from the Japanese picture. The yellow bar is a little bit shorter. Academic skills are a little bit less developed. But many of the other challenges that Japan faces, Poland faces too. Polish kids don't seem to be too happy. The level of agency is more limited. The level of emotional resilience and the quality of social relationships in the education system. When you look at those indicators, you can actually see again, it's a system that has been successful on some dimension, maybe less successful on others. If you go to Albania, look at this. It's almost the mirror image of Poland. Albanian kids get 10 out of 10 points for being the happiest in the OECD. The orange bar is very long, but the yellow bar is very short. And when you look at those two countries, you ask yourself, maybe we make kids happy, like in Albania, and then, we compromise academic skills, or we push them academically, like in Japan or Poland, and then they end up unhappy. But, there are many other interesting exceptions to this. Now, you can go to the neighboring country here. Ukraine is an interesting case, where, the yellow bar is medium, can still develop academic skills, can still improve. But the orange bar has actually improved over the last years, despite the context of a war in a country. This has been an education system that has actually placed greater emphasis over the last years on fostering students' sense of belonging, fostering social emotional support for kids. And you can see that, the education system will reflect that. You change your curriculum and you're going to see changes in those kinds of outcome indicators. And you can do even better than that. You can look at Denmark. Denmark gets almost anything right. You can see the yellow bar is very long. They're academically very, very strong. The Danish kids are happy. They have an exceptionally high level of agency. Early on in school is about doing things in Denmark, not about absorbing things, not about consuming things. It's really about taking initiative, agency. Most learning is, project-based, experience-based. And you can see that in the data. Those kids, you give them a problem, they actually, stay through this and get it done. They have a good level of emotional resilience. Danish kids are able to, when they fail, they try things again, they struggle and get things right. You can see they're open to different ideas and perspectives. Again, in the world in which we live today, that's incredibly important. You know, can you look at the world through different lenses, appreciate different ways of thinking, different ways of working? No? Think across the boundaries of subject matter disciplines, connect the dots where the next big idea is going to come from. And you can see actually you can do all of those things together. No? But once again, this is what the curriculum is about. No? It's about what kind of values do we place on the education systems? What do we expect? And as these differences across countries show you, it is incredibly influential. No? Those judgments that we make in how we frame the curriculum have a huge influence on what we see later on in the knowledge and the skills and the attitudes and values of, you know, in this case, 15-year-old students in PISA. No? So let me talk through some of the design principles. And the first and perhaps toughest questions about relevance in education. You know, in the past, the world changed very slowly. You know, as a teacher, you could do what the previous generation did, and, you know, people will follow you. Today, you know, when you have older people talking to you, you never know what they tell you is timeless wisdom or outdated bias. Now, as a teacher, you need to live the future today that you want to see in your students tomorrow. And society will not be necessarily with you. No. Society will be in the present. No. It's going to be very, very hard for people, for parents to accept that, you know, their children learn things that they no longer understand, or their children no longer learn things that was very important to them. No. This is an incredibly tough challenge for teachers. No. And the world is, you know, changing at an incredibly speed. You know, one of the things that we can see very clearly, you know, in this region, global conflict on the rise, you know, and it's not just, you know, Europe. You look to the Middle East, you look to Africa. I mean, that is with us, and it creates, you know, huge tensions everywhere in the world. It also, one of the things is it's driving migration. No? You can see the rise in asylum seekers and labor migration, no? And that it again ends up on the doorsteps of classroom teachers. No? You have that increased diversity in your student population. You know, the kind of issues that society faces come right to you in the classroom. No? We can see here that, you know, one other response we see very clearly is protectionism. No? You can see the rise of global trade barriers. And it becomes very popular, this kind of me first, you know, ideology. You know, you shut down our borders to respond to this. Now, again, it's one of those kinds of responses. No? You can see that on the one hand, our countries have become more similar. That's great. You know, trade and globalization have made our countries more equal, eliminated, you know, big differences in income and so on. But at the same time, you can see the orange bar rising again. Income inequality within countries is on the rise. And again, that is what you experience directly as a classroom teacher. No? The kind of growing social diversity among students, the gap between wealthy and less wealthy students. And to some extent, you can say that is a driver of, you know, the decline in democracy, at least, you know, when you look at voting behavior. You know, that's something that we can see in every region of the world. You know, it's not so clear, is this a real decline in democracy or just, you know, certain ways of expressing ourselves? But you can see that is a huge challenge. And in another way, you can see, you know, the rise in popularism. Now, if you look, you add up, you know, far-right votes, far-left votes, populist, you get, you know, pretty much to 30% of the votes in the European countries, that for which you have comparative data. And that is another reality, you know, that polarization. The kind of educational polarization that we see on growing gap in the skills distribution translates directly into economic polarization, social polarization, cultural polarization, democratic polarization, and that gets then, you know, super amplified through technology. I think those are facts that are with us. On the positive side, you know, artificial intelligence, we heard from Mr. Kallas already, you know, it's an incredible force, you know, making our lives easier, more interesting in many fields. You know, it's changing very much how we work, and it's changing the work of teachers. No? I do not believe that, you know, AI is ever going to replace teachers. No, teaching is always going to be a social or relational experience, but what seems very likely, like in most other professions, that teachers who are very good at using AI could well replace teachers who struggle with the digital transition. So I think these things are real, and certainly when you look at curriculum, the kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test are disappearing. Routine cognitive skills. This world no longer rewards you for reproducing answers. That's what ChatGPT does. It asks you, it rewards you for asking the right questions, for extrapolating from what you know, to apply your knowledge, create knowledge in novel settings. Technology-intensive tasks on the rise, and when you put the two things together, that's the future of work. People still debate about the speed of these things. Is technology going to destroy more jobs than it creates, or create more jobs than it destroys? Very hard. Probably it's going to play out in different parts of the world differently, but the direction of travel is very clear. And once again, that feeds directly, the decisions that we make in curriculum design. Young people are more flexible. It's very interesting when you look, actually, young people are much less concerned about, job stability. They're not looking for jobs for life. They're quite willing, to take on new challenges. Another factor that we see very clearly is, green jobs have become, dominant in the energy sector. People debate, climate change and all of those things, but people vote with their feet. For the first time, in the 2020s, we had more people employed in the green energy sector than in the brown energy sector. And those things will continue now. Enhanced by technology, but at the same time, we see the digital addictions on the rise. And that's, again, something that you as an educator struggle with in the school. And you can't just say, look, we're not going to deal with this, or we just, decide whatever you think is right in the school or as a teacher. That's not going to work. It is about, creating, smart policies around it that manages, that reconcile the power of technology with mitigating the risk. Technology intensity in classroom, technology use for leisure, has huge detrimental effects on learning, on social and emotional well-being of kids. Now, that's all pretty clear from comparative data, and therefore, something needs to be done about it, and those things need to be designed. And then, not surprisingly, and we heard that also from Minister Kallas, is, mental health is now the top concerns. Other things have become maybe less concerning in our perception on the health situation, but certainly, mental health is a huge kind of issue. Once again, as a teacher, that's what, you're about. That kind of, while, AI may be taking over much of the kind of instructional, the learning transmission, that relationship with students, rises to the center. And it's, we should consider that is what the curriculum is about, not about the content that we put into the teaching. So let me talk about, rigor. In the past, you could say a rigorous curriculum is one that teaches you very advanced, cognitively demanding educational something. Today, rigor is about much more. Today, rigor is very much about the strategies and approaches that you master for learning. The kind of metacognitive abilities. In the past, learning was easy. You went to school, then you went to university, you got a job, and then one day you retire. Today, early childhood education is becoming much more important because that's where some of the skills that are most important in the 21st century are best built. Curiosity, empathy. For a 25-year-old, it becomes a personality trait. For a 3-year-old, it's a skill. Learning and working are becoming much more intertwined. Great places of work are now great places of learning, and great places of learning are always very good in anticipating the evolution of labor demand. Those things are very, very real trends, and they command a very different attitude to learning, not to just learn. We used to learn to do the work, and now learning is the work. Being able to learn, to being able to, and willing to unlearn and relearn when the context changed. Those things are important. And I say that because we're very, very far away from this. Last week in London, we launched our survey of adult skills looking at learning behavior, learning outcomes, the kind of PISA for adults. And what you can see is that many older people do not learn. And when you ask them why, it's not because there's no money or no training. That's the excuse that people use. I have no time. That's what they tell you on the surface. But the real reason is that the majority of people say, I don't need it. You know, I went to school for long enough. For God's sake, don't bring me back. No. That's the reality. No. We have, you know, dissipated that energy, that curiosity. You know. We are all born with an endless curiosity and an energy and hunger to learn. And then, you know, it dissipates often in school. No. So bringing back those kinds of learning strategy. No. When we ask ourselves, you know, what is behind it, and we published a really interesting analysis from PISA about it, no, about being able to manage your own learning behavior. No. Now a very central goal of curriculum. No. You know, learning to learn, whatever you want to call it. It's about, you know, critical thinking, being able to reflect on the world. It's about, you know, being able to solve complex problems. It's about, you know, cognitive activation, getting students, you know, to reflect on what they do and to understand, you know, how they progress in their learning. And last but not least, you know, having proactive learning behavior. No? If you look at this in a little bit more detail, there you can see, for example, can you manage your own learning goals? You know, the picture was pretty mixed. Now, many kids, many 15-year-olds had learned a lot, but when you actually asked them, you know, can you, you know, distinguish different approaches to learning, many of them, you know, were not very, very good at that. And that is the energy that helps you later in life to keep learning. You know? When you actually look at, you know, critical thinking, you know, do you agree that, you know, you can look at problems through multiple angles, no? Find, you know, different answers to a question? No? Many students are grown up with this idea that every problem has one answer. You know, that's what they learn every day in school. No? We teach people answers, you know. I'm, you know, a scientist by background, and it often breaks my heart when I see in school how we teach science like religion. No? We make people believe, yeah, no, it's true. We make people believe in some scientific theory. Then we give them lots of exercises to practice this, and at the end we test whether they reproduce the answer that we taught them. And it has nothing to do with science. Science has never been about reproducing the established wisdom of our times. Science has always been about questioning what we know, and we lose that in education. You can see that very, very clearly in those kinds of PISA outcomes. Proactivity towards learning. What is very, very clear in every country for which we have data, you can see that students with more proactive learning strategies are consistently outperforming students with less proactive learning strategies. And those things play out directly in learning outcomes. Can you manage your learning, set your own learning goals, monitor learning progress? Do you have that discipline actually to keep trying when things get difficult? No? And you can see where students have mastered those strategies, they do better. Now, that is not an implicit kind of thing that teachers may or may not do. That is part of curriculum design. Motivation in the same way. You can see the power of motivation, not just in terms of outcomes, but also very, very much on learning behavior. No? We looked at this, we looked at instrumental motivation, you know, the belief that, you know, school has taught me things that could be useful in a job, or, you know, I simply want to do really well in a subject like mathematics. And then you can see actually the more students have those kinds of attitudes, the more they engage in proactive learning behavior. No? So as a teacher, you know, unleashing that motivation, even if it's only instrumental, it's so critically important to create the kind of behaviors that, you know, lead to better learning goals. You know, some people debate about, you know, cause and effect and those kinds of things. It's very hard to discern, but what you see here is very much backed up by actually cognitive research, you know, looking with other kind of methodologies. You know. The picture gets even stronger when you look at intrinsic motivation. You know, I like schoolwork that is challenging, or I, you know, love learning new things in school. And you can see again where you have those kinds of attitudes in education systems, learning outcomes are much better. Now, you know, I think, well, this is an individual kind of personal attribute. It is not. You can see huge variation across education systems in those kinds of dispositions. They vary as much as the learning outcomes, and that's where things get interesting. That is what curriculum design is about, you know, create an education system, a learning environment where students, you know, are nourished with that kind of motivation, where they do things that is interesting and engaging. And I think that's going to be more and more important, you know. You see rising dropout rates in you know, many countries these days. Kids are just no longer willing to live through school. They figured out during COVID that it's actually possible to be absent from school, and now, it's hard to get some of them back. And if you would, run a supermarket rather than a school, and every day you find, from 100 customers, 30 walk out and they don't buy anything from you. And you see that today, tomorrow, the week after, you change your inventory. And it's very hard for us to do that in education, to follow that. But you can see here, this is one of the tools that is incredibly powerful. I mentioned already cognitive activation, getting students, active in learning, being able, self-aware of the kind of learning approaches. Very, very important kind of outcomes. Being able to, for example, explain how I solve a mathematical problem. Not just, remember how to solve it, but, you can talk to someone else. You can show it. Something that in our modern assessment in PISA, we're increasingly going to look at. Students get digital tutors. They have to solve a problem, but they have to actually explain why they do what they do. And it's actually an interesting kind of set of abilities. And you can see once again, where students have those kinds of learning strategies deeply rooted in them, they show a much greater sense of mathematical self-efficacy, that confidence that I get a problem that is really difficult, I don't know how to solve it, but I'm going to try, I'm going to be able to solve it. That kind of confidence comes from mastery of effective learning strategies. You can see the same, students who use learning strategies are more likely to know what they want to do in the future. Once again, the power to learn empowers us to see the future, to strive for a different future. We're not just consumers learning what a teacher taught us, but we're actually in that driver's seat with ownership over what we learn and how we learn and where we learn and when in our lives we learn. And last but not least, I thought that was one of the most interesting findings, anxiety. Many people believe, people hate mathematics because it's difficult or because there are tests or exams and all of those kinds of things. We find absolutely no relationships. There's no relationship between, the demands that exams place on kids and, any of the outcomes or the attitudes. The big relationship is this, anxiety. And that is basically mediated by teacher support and by effective learning strategies. Students who have learned how to learn are not going to be faced when they get into problems that are difficult for them to solve. So I think it's a really, really important lesson that actually we have the tools in the curriculum to foster self-efficacy, to foster engagement, motivation, and reduce anxiety. It's not about making things easier for kids. That actually often just increases social disparity. It's about increasing our support for them. And you can see very clearly, the more frequently students experience teacher support, they show the kind of proactive behavior. Now, that's really, that's really one of the things, and now I have the same problem that I can't get back, but there we are. That is one of the things, it's not so difficult. No? Again, learning is a social or relational experience where students feel I have a teacher who knows who I am, who knows who I want to become, who accompanies me on my journey, where students have that sense that, this kind of relationship is there. You have students with the right proactive learning behavior and ultimately better outcomes. And that is, again, curriculum design is not just about what you teach, it's very much about the learning environment. How much time do you give to teachers who work with learners outside the instructional context? No? And that's, much of the secret of many of the education systems in East Asia, where teachers get plenty of time to support the students outside the classroom settings, to engage with them in social activities, to clean the classroom, to be, with the students during the lunch hours and things like this. Now, those things are the ones that create that kind of social capital, that relationship that ultimately, leads to perceived support and the kind of learning behavior that you can see here. Now, what our data show very clearly is that more confident and self-directed learners put more effort, into their work, into their mathematics assignment, are more likely to connect what they know with what they don't know. Very, very important today. Are more likely to agree that they like challenging schoolwork and things like this. Let me just, very, very briefly touch on something that I'm sure you're going to talk about later. When you think about a subject like mathematics, in the past,
it was very much about, learning content, mathematical content, formulas and equations. No? Today, mathematics is much more about conceptual understanding. And I say this because actually Poland was one of the architects of that way of thinking about mathematics, and also the architect of our PISA approach to assessing mathematics, no? Where you need to demonstrate, can you think like a mathematician? No? Not can you calculate an exponential function, but do you understand the idea, the concept of an exponential function, and how it could drive, explain climate change or the evolution of a pandemic. Now, those are the kind of fundamental mathematical ideas. Can you translate a real-world problem into the world of mathematics? Now? And can you interpret the mathematical solution back in the real world? Now, those are the things that are critically important. And when you actually look across countries on this, the picture is quite sobering. You can actually see, some countries are very active on that. But, in other countries, that's still very, very normal. We still teach 20th century mathematics a lot, and these things are quickly memorized and quickly forgotten. One way actually to learn it the hard way is, with our PISA for adults, the PIAC survey, where we actually test, adults. And it's embarrassing when you compare those kinds of problems with what we give to 15-year-olds or 10-year-olds. No? You actually have a hard time doing things that your kids can do in a field like mathematics. And that is in large part because of that, because we've focused on the surface, accumulating lots of things that later on we are forgetting, whereas the kind of foundations of mathematics, statistics, most of the phenomena in the real world express themselves in probabilistic terms. Can you distinguish signal from noise? Another kind of fundamental mathematical concept. And this analysis is quite sobering in the sense that, it is happening in some contexts, but in many not. And you can see huge variation across countries. And that variation explains a lot of what we see in PISA. Finally, let me talk a little bit about, focus. That's perhaps the hardest struggle in education. Many of our school systems have become a mile wide and an inch deep. Now, we teach a lot of stuff in very superficial depths because every day we put something on top of the education system, that's very popular. You get always rewarded for that as a politician, as an educator. You do something new and people say, oh, great. You take something away and you get, a lot of criticism from everyone. So if you think about, the world is really very big, and there are so many things in this world you could be teaching students. And all of this comes through people, and I think that's a really, really important factor. Learning is always a social relational experience. What you remember from school is typically, how you learned at the teacher who taught you about it, not the facts and figures in themselves. Learning comes from and with and through people. And that's really what makes the curriculum effective, that kind of implementation process. And the curriculum is just a tiny kind of box, and we try to sort of squeeze everything from the real world into this little box. And what often happens is that the rich features of our societies become very shallow shadows of themselves. When they end up in the school curriculum, it becomes boring. It becomes uninteresting. Mathematics becomes about formulas and equations, not about thinking about the ideas of mathematics that are interesting and are beautiful. That, I think, is the problem. And what we do is we put more and more and more things into the box, and that's again, what you can say about most instructional systems. How do I know? Because at the OECD we study that. We look at national curricula, we analyze them, and we look at the breadths, we look at the depths, and actually, most countries would be so well served by teaching fewer things at greater depths. Easy to say, really, really hard to do. The most sobering picture on that is this. We asked 10 and 15-year-olds about creativity. And in virtually every education system for which we have data, we found that 15-year-olds report lower levels of creativity than 10-year-olds. If I would tell you your 15-year-olds do worse in mathematics than your 10-year-olds, you would say, well, that's crazy. That's impossible. Students always learn something when they are in school. But, maybe not. Maybe school can actually make you lose some of the kind of gifts and talents that you're born with. Children are all born with an abundance of creativity. If you have a 3-year-old, son or daughter, they're going to question anything you tell them. They're going to experiment with everything you put in their hands. They're always willing to learn. They're always willing to unlearn, relearn. And then, we put them into school. We try to make them compliant with established ways of thinking. And we get this. The interesting part is that, that negative impact or relationship is very different across countries. And that also dispels, one of the arguments that you get when you show a figure like this is, this is all about developmental psychology. As kids get older, they become more self-aware, more self-critical, therefore less creative, and so on. If that would be all the explanation, you would see the same effect in every country. The fact that these things differ so much across countries really tells us this is about what we do in education. So we need to bring some of those things back, make this world real and focus very much on, what are the enduring features that we want to nourish. It brings me back to my very first slide, the realm of human knowledge, the realm of ethics and judgment, the realm of political and civic life, the realm of economic life, the realm of aesthetics, arts, design, and so on. And that actually risks to get lost with this approach, and that's very, very much what curriculum design is about. And you can see, this mile-wide, inch-deep, phenomenon is a very hard challenge for society to resolve. I can tell you, in our own work, it's always, you need to make trade-offs between what we call a design curriculum, where sort of what we know about the science drives what you learn and what you teach. That's what you would like to see, that students actually learn about ways in which we know how they learn best. But the reality is that we need to negotiate those things with different stakeholders. The Education 2040 project in itself is a good example of this. It has different voices, different stakeholders, students, teachers. Everybody has a perspective, and you want to accommodate those perspectives. You want to create ownership among stakeholders, and that is a very legitimate objective. But, sometimes we lose that kind of design element. We sort of think, well, let's ask everybody, then mix it all up, and then, make the curriculum out of it, rather than thinking about what does science actually tell us about, meaningful learning progressions. And then, let's think about, how do stakeholders engage with some of those ideas. But these are very, very difficult processes. And in the end, it becomes a negotiation about learning time. And we see that all the time. The science teacher will tell you, I want better science outcomes, so you need to give me more time. And the history teacher will tell you the same, and the Latin teacher will tell you the same. The good news about that is that actually, it's not so clear. In this picture, you see the volume of learning time, what students spent in school in blue, and in green, what they do out of school. And you can see huge variability. You can see, for example, Morocco, students spend close to 50 hours learning per week. And you can look at Switzerland, less than 30 hours. Huge differences in the volume of learning time. But when you look at productivity, you can see in Switzerland, students learn a lot in very little time, whereas in Morocco, they spend a lot of time and learn very little. And that's a very, very encouraging insight. It actually shows us it's not about, how many hours you spend on something. It's really about the quality of the learning experiences. And our challenge really is that we need to build those things together, that we need to create learning experiences that bring enough from a design perspective into this, so that we do not confront students simply with stuff that society has negotiated in some ways, and tomorrow will be renegotiated in other ways, and then when a political election comes, in yet other ways, but something that is intellectually coherent, well-designed, and still reflects what the future needs from us. It's a difficult challenge, but never underestimate the power of the decisions that you make in curriculum on the future of the country. And at the end of the day, your schools today are going to be your economy, your society, your democracy tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Andreas. And of course, following Andreas, the problem is you begin to think about responding to what he said rather than what you've prepared. So my mind is very full. But there are a lot of points of contact, actually, in terms of both the theorists to which I will refer and Andreas referred. And you will see some points of disagreement, which I think will fuel an interesting debate. I think one of the things I'd really commend Andreas and OECD on is the extent to which we're in a very different place now to 50 years ago. Comparing countries was relatively uncommon. There was a group of comparativist researchers, but what Andreas has achieved initially working on TIMSS and then on PISA and encouraging OECD to support the PISA project is that we have far more systematic comparison between countries than we did. And the policy learnings from those comparisons are very profound. Now, I'm going to focus very much on this issue of national curriculum and school curriculum, and I'm going to explain what I mean by each of those. But I want just to think about comparison for a moment. Now, a key report over a decade ago was the McKinsey report, and Michael Barber played a big role in the McKinsey report. And it tracked the progression of countries, the journey that they'd gone on, in terms of moving from good to great. The McKinsey report is extremely problematic because it conveyed the idea, which is still residual in some people's thinking, of the journey was only upwards. That countries which were good become great, and isn't that great? Looking back, and if you reread the McKinsey report, which I do commend, the problem is that some of those countries have got worse. And we have to explain that. We have to understand why. Is it externalities, all of the issues which Andreas so elegantly outlined occurring in economy and political relationships, economic relationships around the world? And or is it something that was done in terms of education policy? Can it be explained by a combination of what was done in policy with the dynamics within the education system? Changing population of young people, a loss of teachers, and so on and so on. Obviously, from what I'm saying, I'm implying that that's really important. We need to understand this. We don't need to just say, oh, Finland was great, but oh dear, let's look at somewhere else because they've declined. And no, we mustn't forget to understand why that's the case. So I'm going to focus really relentlessly on national curriculum and school curriculum, and I promise I will explain that in a moment. I'm going to make an assumption that the national curriculum is the mandated curriculum. It's enshrined in law, and it's something which is, in a particular nation, enjoys public confidence. In other ways, it has been agreed democratically, and it enjoys support. I'm also going to make the assumption that it represents agreed goals, what the outcomes of education should be for both people, individual children, and the state. I'm also going to assume that we can measure those things, and those goals consist of things like mathematics, understanding and application of mathematics, literacy, and science. We've heard, again, very elegantly, with a lot of evidence underpinning it, about the importance of school connectedness, which I'll refer to in a moment, the extent to which kids are feeling connected with other children, with their teachers and with our school, and we can measure that very precisely, it's well theorized. General goods related to dispositions towards learning, Ruth Deacon Crick's work, very elegant. Elegant because it explains attainment. I mean, the dispositions which Andreas outlined relate to academic outcomes, the things that we want to measure. I'm also going to assume that there are intentions and there has to be curriculum control. Now, curriculum control is a very tricky idea. Bill Schmidt and Richard Proat have got an excellent article, which I commend to you, which is Curriculum Control Issue or Non-Issue. And if you have certain intentions built into your national curriculum, then you want to see them emerging both in the practices of schools and the outcomes of young people. Now, control sounds like a difficult concept. It sounds like as though it's top-down. But what Bill and Richard outline in that article is that control can be exercised in very different ways, through democratic means or through very top-down means. And I'll touch on that in a moment. I'm not going to talk about specific content in areas like science and mathematics, what the specific content should be, or what the learning sequences should be. I mean, the thing is, that's challenging. How do you decide what should be in and what sequence it should be in? We know the sequencing is all important. But I'm going to give examples of how stating a national curriculum can go wrong. And that's about 2/3 through my presentation. I agree with Andreas absolutely that overload is a big problem. It was the case in England that the national curriculum was a mile wide and an inch deep. You know, Bill Schmidt's description from Tim's. And in 1998, when we first had a national curriculum, that was the case. It remained the case, although it got a bit better with the 1995 review. It remained the case, but it got a bit better with the 1999 review. But by 2008, we were beginning to think very much about Reynolds and Farrell's fewer things in greater depth, which Andreas quoted. That particularly relates to the primary phase. And in 2010, we implemented a curriculum which was based on those principles. Not having a curriculum which was a mile deep and a mile wide and an inch deep, and having a curriculum that was explicitly based on fewer things in greater depth. We have a national curriculum which is looking at real problems of overload. But what's so interesting is that the issues of overload are principally associated with our national qualifications at 16 and 18, not the national curriculum. And that's because if you ask teachers in schools about the national curriculum when they're teaching kids at 14, at 16, at 18, they look at you as if you are crazy. What do you mean, national curriculum? We teach science from Pearson. They talk only about the qualifications. And I will touch on that in just a moment. The things which Andreas has outlined in such detail, with such strong evidence, and which do absolutely relate to academic attainment, I think should be classified as general goods of schooling. When do you not want to attend to the agency of young people? You want to attend to their agency in their infancy as well as their adulthood. They are general goods of schooling. And in the remaining 21 minutes, I will focus on specific goods. How do we deliver those specific goods associated with maths and literacy and science? Because those are still the focus of measurement of PISA. They are still a key part of PISA reporting. Ministers, Kristina and others, still pore over whether they have improved or declined in those measures, as well as these broader measures of general goods. They are incredibly important. I already talked about the extent to which they relate to attainment. Andreas has emphasized that strongly. What about the relationship between these general goods and these specific goods? One point about democracy again. The national curriculum is democratically derived in the majority of systems at which I look at around the world, including countries which look quite autocratic in their political arrangements. It's very clear when you talk to a taxi driver in Singapore when you're traveling from the airport to the ministry, that the national discourse about education is profoundly strong in Singapore. The Straits Times has stories about education every day. Every day. I mean, it is an issue of national debate. And the national curriculum is derived in a very interesting set of arrangements. It becomes a democratic instrument. It's very intriguing. And if teachers do not actually commit themselves to the teaching of the specific content of a national curriculum, that's an interesting issue in terms of non-democratic acts. Saying that I will deliberately not teach the content of the national curriculum, that's quite interesting and challenging. So let's go. What is a national curriculum? Well, for a start, it's not a curriculum. Because what we know from contemporary curriculum theory, that we have the taught curriculum, we have the unintended curriculum in schools through the ethos and behaviour. We have the wider curriculum, activities as well as taught time. We have the curriculum interacting with the home through work which the child is expected to contribute in home, and we have the learning which the child does by virtue of their social circumstances. Oh, and these things all interact, and they're all explained in curriculum theory. Curriculum theory has become extremely sprawling. A national curriculum doesn't engage with all of that in its content. It's a list of standards. It includes aims, standards, exemplification, and learning models. National curricula exist in a different form around the world if you look at them. In Singapore, it's really quite general. It's quite confusing. The New Zealand curriculum, on which I've just commented, is pretty packed, actually. It's got big ideas in science. It's got specific science content. It's got quite a lot about the general goods of schooling, which we've heard. I'll deal with that in a second, too. But of course, what we want in a national the reason we have a national curriculum is that we want it to support what happens in the classroom. And what teachers have to do in terms of the classroom, they have to have focus. And this derives very much from Bill Schmidt's statement, focus, rigor, coherence, which Andrew has quoted. What is it that you want a child to learn in the next 2 minutes, or the next 15 minutes, or this week, depending on what it is? You make decisions about sequence and pace, pedagogy and didactics, monitoring, that's the rigor. Has this child understood this or not? Has each child in the group understood it or not? And you have this issue of control of learning cultures and environments. Control again, because you want to see those general goods in terms of children working well together, that the social context, which Andrew has described, is emerging along the lines that you think is going to be supportive of learning. So, how do we achieve that? And now I'm going to move fast. Because there's something between a national curriculum, which is not a curriculum, it's a list of standards in most cases. And some countries, like America, call them exactly that, standards, not a curriculum. If you're a minister sitting behind a desk, what have you got? Well, you've got learning materials, you've got initial teacher training, professional development, the messages you give out about the form of learning you want to see, and accountability arrangements. These are the means by which you reach down into the curriculum. In schools, the school curriculum, which should be motivating, there is absolutely nothing motivating about conservation of mass. I mean, kind of hands up in the audience, who's intrinsically motivated by the idea of conservation of mass. I do expect Andreas and me to put our hands up. No, it's the teacher to make that a motivating experience so that each and every child understands it, because if they don't understand it, they're going to struggle for years in school, and then the general goods are lost. I haven't talked much about children, because at the bottom, obscured by heads, we have the process of formation of the child's understanding, and we have the issues of school connectedness associated with those general goods, and of course we have well-being. So we have these powerful concepts around the school curriculum associated with intended curriculum, enacted curriculum, assessed curriculum, and learned curriculum. And I've already said how much assessment can dominate thinking. Kristina emphasized the complexity of particular contexts, and I opened with talking about the importance of learning from different nations and how the McKinsey report has led to a confusion about how we understand that complexity. We need to understand it in terms of these, the 14 control factors, which I derived with, in conjunction with discussion with Bill from studying hundreds of comparative studies of education. And you can get from them these 14 control factors. These aren't explanatory factors. They don't explain the history, the extent to which politicians have to grapple with the emergent history of a nation or the amounts of wealth that it derives from its mineral resources. All of these are explanatory factors about how an economy and a society operates, the culture and the family. Now, these are control factors. These are things about which you can have policy. And Bill's work shows very clearly that countries which have coherence across these control factors are high-performing systems. And a national curriculum is just a tiny part of the first control factor. All of these have to align. School inspection, the funding of schools, governance, and so on. And that explains the operation of school systems. But now I'm going to really focus down, because I've talked about the messaging. Remember that first slide? I'm not going to attempt to go back. Had national curriculum, a list of things, outcomes, sometimes a list of learning models. So it emphasizing, for example, in the national curriculum in England, the importance of practice and consolidation in mathematics. That's a very specific learning model derived from the study of Shanghai and Singapore. So the national curriculum, a list with some implications for learning models, and the school curriculum, motivating, articulated by professionals, determining what happens minute by minute in the school. What's the messaging on curriculum making, which I put at the right-hand side at the level of the school? Well, regrettably, what we've heard for many years are false oppositions. Knowledge versus skills, subjects versus themes, abstract versus concrete, rote learning versus understanding, didactics versus pedagogy, teacher-led versus individualized learning. Now, the opposition, unfortunately, has become that those things on the left are actually of the right, and those things on the right are of the left. It's become very polarized in politics. Very odd, because you can only explain effective learning by using all of these categories. And if you can only explain effective learning by using all of these categories, then they have to form a part of policy making, both at the level of the formation of the national curriculum and at the level of formation of the school. What we know from Michael Young's work is that powerful knowledge is critical. Concepts, principles, fundamental operations, and core knowledge was the basis of the curriculum which we derived using the principle of fewer things and greater depth in 2010 in England. Now remember those different levels: national curriculum and school curriculum. There is a demanding national curriculum in Scotland, and yet standards have declined significantly year by year. Scotland is reviewing the approach that it has. It is beginning to look at the role of knowledge, and it's set up a group to do so. It's gone south of the border to look at what we did in England. And the view is that the messaging in the middle has created something complex at the level of the school. Curriculum making by teachers at the level of the school has gone wrong. This term curriculum making at the level of the school comes from Lawrence Stenhouse's brilliant work of the 90s in Cambridge. What are the messages on curriculum making at the level of the school? This is when I think there's going to be some sharp intakes of breath in the audience, because all of these are problematic statements. They're not straightforward. I'm not criticizing some of the intention behind them, and I'm not criticizing the extent to which they've been emphasized by theorists and practitioners and by politicians. But they are actually very problematic statements. There are no such thing as subjects. We should emphasize cross-curriculum learning activities because they're motivating and engaging. I'm saying that's very problematic, and I hope we can pick that up in discussion. Knowledge is far less important than competence. Very odd, because competence has knowledge as a very important constituent. Look at any airline crash or medical disaster, and you'll find a problem of knowledge within that disaster. Rote learning has no place in modern education. Andreas is right. If you've memorized something and then you've forgotten it, you haven't actually memorized it. Pupils should follow their own interests and their own learning preferences. That's problematic. It's important that children engage, school connectedness, all of those important general goods of learning, learning to learn and so on, the learning dispositions. But if we have 8-year-old girls following their learning preferences, we will have fewer girls studying physics at 18. Learning to learn is far more important than what you learn. No, that's a false opposition. Textbooks are redundant because there's no single source of authoritative knowledge. I find that very problematic. So if you go with all of the philosophical positions which have underpinned many of those statements, you get a national curriculum like this. And this is a national curriculum we got in 2007. Chemical change takes place by the rearrangement of atoms in substances. Really? Okay. Is that it, guys? Now, that is the national requirement for kids between the age of 11 and 14. That's it. And there are no state-approved textbooks. I then put it to you, what are you going to teach? There are patterns in the chemical reactions between substances? Yeah, that's right. What are you going to teach? That was a big problem. Remember, no state-approved textbooks, nothing more than that, nothing mandatory. So we took different principles. We took the principles from transnational comparisons and empirical work from comparing the national curriculum of those countries which had enjoyed periods of improvement, about which we had very firm evidence and knowledge about what they had done. And it's not very long in terms of curriculum overload, but this became the national curriculum. It's not a mile wide and an inch deep, thank goodness. It is fewer things in greater depth, but it does emphasize powerful knowledge. And it does emphasize concepts, principles, fundamental operations, and core knowledge. Here we go. It went from this to that. The properties of different states of matter in terms of the particulate knowledge, including gas pressure. Changes of state in terms of the particle model. Note 3, chemical symbols and formulae for elements and compounds. I mean, there is a world of difference between those two expressions of a national curriculum, which is not a curriculum, it's just a statement of standards. And those two different forms of a national curriculum are derived from completely different philosophical positions. I emphasize completely different. So now I'll finish, much to the relief of the chair. What are the messages on curriculum making at the level of the school? Because in many, many systems, if you have an overloaded curriculum, what happens, very practically, are local decisions by teachers. You have a democratically derived curriculum, which emphasizes content which enjoys public support. But if you have overload, then it is necessarily the case that teachers have to make local decisions about which to prioritize. At that point, you have lost control of your education system. So overload is really, really significant, and I commend Andreas and his colleagues at OECD for their report on curriculum overload. It is excellent. Overload is not some kind of trivial administrative issue. It is absolutely fundamental in the quality of education systems. And I believe fundamentally in Eric Hanushek's proposition that we can achieve both equity and enhanced equity and enhanced attainment for all simultaneously. We don't trade one off against the other. So the principles which we used were subject disciplines exist as fields of related concepts, knowledge, and operations. Remember that problematic statement, subjects do not exist, they do. Curriculum coherence and curriculum control are vital elements of high-performing education systems. Across the 14 control factors, if you have your assessment pulling in a different direction to your curriculum, as Scotland does in terms of its hires and national qualifications, nationals and hires, as we do in England in terms of our GCSEs and A-levels at 16 and 19, they conflict with the principles of the national curriculum, then you have a problem. We absolutely should have fewer things and greater depth in the primary phase. Those foundations are vital. Although I do disagree with Kristina's proposition that you can essentially leave some fundamentals to the age of 7, that's a problem. That's a real problem which we ought to discuss. Bill Schmidt's proposition of focus, rigor, and coherence, you need to know in any learning exchange, however long it is, what it is that you want each and every child to learn and learn collectively through the social process of learning. Rigor, you need to assess whether they have achieved it or not. And coherence, you have to have good learning progressions. That's a fundamental curriculum principle. And yeah, we've achieved that in England, and then came COVID. Really problematic. Many people are looking at England, and I'll come on my last slide to who and why. But you can only explain the improvement in England, I believe, by looking at high-fidelity implementation. We had a curriculum review in 2010, new curriculum in 2014. That doesn't explain the PISA results in 2018. What explains the PISA results in 2018 was the phonics-based reading schemes implemented in 2010 and 11, which reached down from the top, remember my first slide, from the curriculum intentions of a democratically derived curriculum, right down to classroom level. There were agreed reading schemes based on high-quality materials and high-quality professional development. In maths mastery, there was the same. Schemes derived from the study of high-quality pedagogy and didactics in Shanghai and Singapore. Do not forget that the national curriculum from Singapore, as I said, is very general, the national curriculum. It exists in the textbooks. That's where the curriculum exists. The national curriculum is just a high-level summary of what you find in the state-approved textbooks. High-fidelity programs based on international evidence on high-quality practice, including communications with the teacher about what to do through professional development, high-quality learning materials. This professional development is absolutely vital. I clicked. Right, I'll finish on these. In 1 minute 36, I think it's possible. The small dot is a memory of something. It's not a fact, it's a memory of a very specific thing. The ice cube floats. Okay, there we go. That's a good memory. What Kurt Fischer's work does is empirically ground in cognitive science the act of memory. You remember certain things, your name, your telephone number, your date of birth, and you put them into complex relationships. If you relate, for example, the fact that an ice cube melts with the idea that things float and things sink, then you've got to the second memory, where you're relating different things. If you then are encouraged to understand the idea of density, why things float, because of their relative density, you're beginning to develop these networks of specific memories. And then the network becomes a specific memory. Remember, your working memory can only hold between 3 to 7 things, maximum. So you have to have these complex representations in your long-term memory, which you bring down into your short-term memory. If you have forgotten your number bonds, 7 sevens are 49, and you have to remember what that bond is, you're back down to the low level. And your working memory is clogged with simple relationships. High-level critical thinkers relate these things in complex networks, and it is these complex networks which are brought down into everyday action. What's good news, by the way, is that you can carry on doing this throughout life. It doesn't just sort of taper in the early adolescence or in early adulthood. Again, we can deal with that a bit more, but memory is fundamental. 20 seconds over. So to conclude, curriculum making at the level of the school is an intrinsic part of the education system and the lives of teachers. I do regret that some countries say, oh, teachers are just getting it wrong. They need to understand more. That's why our standards are slipping. We've got a great national curriculum. Teachers just need one more push at getting it right. No. That understates the demands of curriculum making at the level of the school. There can be a higher or lower level of support in terms of the nature of the materials, the ambiguity of the messaging. Of course, pupils need to construct sense and construct meaning. But the correspondence of that to establish bodies of powerful knowledge remains vital for personal development and progression. PISA still measures your scientific understanding and your mathematical understanding. Paul Given, in announcing the curriculum review in Northern Ireland, even the press notice was incredibly well theorised. Skills derive from the application of knowledge and understanding. Which countries are now reviewing the models and philosophies and principles and educational theory and learnings from other nations which they use to derive their curricula? Which countries are fundamentally reviewing that and moving more in the direction of knowledge-rich curricula? Norway, Sweden, territories in Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Belgium, and potentially Poland. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. So that was a real masterclass. We have two masters speaking about curricula and reform and many other things important in education. And I think we'll have some questions from the room. I will take them in a second, but let me ask first question. You both emphasize the role of different things than just mathematics and other subjects in teaching, in curriculum and school. And you also talked a lot about what is on the paper and what is implemented in reality. In our curriculum, we talk a lot about agency, we talk about learning for life, and so on. But then we see PIAC results, and we see poor results of adults, and we see what Andreas mentioned, that many adults say, I have no time, but really they don't have intention even to learn. They don't have capacity to learn. So can we change the curriculum really, that it's not just on the paper, but it's really implemented, and how? Andreas, please start, and maybe the team will comment.
You know, a month ago, we published a PISA report where we looked at the kind of learning strategies that I presented here. And when I got that report first, I asked my colleagues, wow, it's very interesting what 15-year-olds, think about, approaches to learning and mastery of kind of learning strategies. But, how do we know that that's actually going to have an influence on how they actually behave as adults? And I asked them, why don't you square those data with the PIAC results on learning? And actually, there's a pretty robust relationship among the two. That is where 15-year-olds have a mastery of approaches to learning. They have that metacognitive ability to understand, how do I set my learning goals? How do I monitor my learning progressions? They have the kind of control strategies that I mentioned. You do see actually adult behavior being different. That is cross-sectional. These are not the same people. There's not a longitudinal study, but it is very interesting, and it really highlights that if we forget that, school is really about not just developing the capacity, but also the attitudes and motivation to learning, we will see what we currently have, that, most people will say after school, I had it for my life, and I'm not going to get back to this, even if you pay me. And I think that's the. In the past, it worked really well. I mean, that's the difference. You know, in the past, you could learn once for your lifetime, and you were actually pretty well off. Today, that kind of continuous upskilling and reskilling is absolutely vital. But it comes back to the foundations that we built very, very early on.
And Tim, you know all the curricula in the world and the applications and implementations. So tell us, how can you include that crucial component in the curricula so it's effectively included in teaching?
So I know all the curriculum in the world. No, I've studied some curriculum in extraordinary depth and was particularly curious about what was happening in Finland. I have looked at the majority of the national curriculum in the world. When we started the 2010 national curriculum study, I really did spend a ridiculous amount of time going through the national curricula around the world. I mean, it's stupid. I mean, I was up at 4 o'clock in the morning looking at the national curriculum of Toga and what it looked like. It's also very interesting because when we had a national curriculum in 1988, I remember I got told off in OECD, Andreas, in an OECD members meeting, because I listed the number of nations which had national curricula. And rather stupidly, I'd left off France. And so, as you can imagine, there was quite an angry exchange. You've left off France. But the point is this, very few countries had a national curriculum then, in 1988. Very, very few. National curricula are a relatively modern phenomenon, interestingly enough. And I think we're only beginning to enter a period of maturity in respect of knowing what they are and how they work. Although if we knew well how to express them and knew how they operated as an instrument, we wouldn't have had mistakes like the mistake we made in 2007. We wouldn't have the overload, which Andreas absolutely correctly outlines. And I'm going to repeat again, the report on curriculum overload from OECD is a brilliant piece of work. And so, overload is so critical. But now I'll answer your question. It is a problem that the research establishment in many, many nations around the world has discovered the importance of learning dispositions and agency and said that's instead of cognitive outcomes. There should be a policy focus on these instead of memorization, retention in memory. Remember, Fisher says that if you lose something from your memory, it's no longer there as a cognitive resource for you. So it impedes your critical thinking. And it sounds like a trivial point, but throughout the last decade, it's been instead of, not and. Now, I know that an emphasis on agency, learning dispositions, has a very, very strong empirical relationship with outcomes, with very strong relationship with life outcomes. Andreas is right. The big surveys in England of life outcomes for people who've been followed through since 1958, their attitude to learning is very instrumental in their outcomes. The problem is it's as well as. And we have not done a good job at understanding where they should sit in a national curriculum, the messaging about curriculum, and curriculum formation at the level of the classroom in the school.
Okay, so we know it's important, we know it's crucial, and we'll discuss Polish ideas of how to implement that in our curricula in a second. So I'm very curious of what you will say about it. But now maybe we'll take some questions from the room. João, someone give a microphone. It's coming.
Thank you for the two really rich presentations. I'm not sure this is a question or a comment, but it's more directed to Tim. And it's a question on your experience on analysis of national curriculum, but also a comment that I need to make on the difference between what people actually say and what people say that people say.
Yeah.
You made you had this slide that I completely agree with on the false dichotomies.
Yeah.
This is all about false dichotomies. But then you had a slide on what arguably people say, and I really think it's about what people say that people say.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
I mean, if I think of, and I'm referring, for instance, to the issue of subject disciplines. So I know of authors who say we need to go beyond subject disciplines, but that does not mean denying the existence of subject disciplines.
Yes.
So I'm curious to know if there is actually any author that is denying the existence of subject disciplines, and in your knowledge of national curriculum analysis, if there is any national curriculum that does not have subject disciplines at all.
No, very, very good question. And this issue of what people say that people say has become quite a difficult problem in relationship to the discourse around national curricula and the different networks that exist in different national settings in terms of which thinkers, which reference points are being used for determining the model for the next steps for a national curriculum. It has become very problematic in exactly the way you describe. Okay, so subjects. It was absolutely the case in 2007 that the discussions, seminars, conferences leading up to the launch of the 2007 national curriculum, that a series of representatives from the executive agency responsible for that curriculum were arguing strongly that there were no such things as subject disciplines, and that the curriculum should be delivered exclusively through cross-curriculum experiences. That was an explicit part of those presentations. You will also find in the literature on textbooks, and Marland outlines this very clearly, the idea that textbooks should not be used by teachers because they present a false notion of a single point of authority in relationship to the structure of knowledge. And again, Marland outlines this extremely clearly. That's very problematic and a very, very strange discourse. So I think that's entered thinking. I think it's not only your presentation of what people say that people say, but what people say about what people say about what people say. A bit like R.D. Laing. It's become very theoretically confused. But I'll return to a very, very straightforward empirical observation. I've looked at kids undertaking cross-curriculum learning through projects, often over some of these projects over a long period of time. And what the kids think they're learning, and what the teachers think they're learning, and what they are actually learning are all very different things. And very often children become fixated on particular aspects of these projects and forget other things. And Daisy Christodoulou has done a very, very good analysis of this in 7 Myths About Education.
Thank you. More questions? Oh, please.
How about some examples of what children think they're learning, teachers think they're teaching, and what they're actually learning?
Yeah, so we were looking at the combustion of magnesium. And obviously, if you're using it to express the idea of oxidation, and that some materials can get heavier during an exothermic reaction, there are certain principles that you have to bear in mind. That the amount of mass that is gained is very small, that you have to be very precise in the measurement, that the mass increases because of chemical combination, the light and the heat is a function of an exothermic reaction. And this is a very clear demonstration of forms of chemical combination. And this is very, and so those are the learning objectives. This is a very exciting reaction which can captivate young children. Previously, we used to do it through children themselves using crucible. Now it's too dangerous, so it's done through demonstration. You then involve kids in a series of analogical activities over a period of a few hours. And because they successfully complete the operation and answer a couple of questions correctly, everything is fine. You look at the results on the short test, and you find that some children have not understood the fundamental principle of chemical combination. And then you interview the kids, and they say, yeah, it was so bright that we had to be very careful not to look at it directly because it would damage our eyes. Okay, anything else? No, but it was really exciting. It was great. And you ask them again, you go back 2 months later, and you say, what do you remember about chemical combination and exothermic reaction? And they say, exo what? When you did that thing with magnesium, oh, it was very bright. And you've got to be very careful not to look at it, or to only observe it through a filter. Anything else? No, but it was great. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I have this, after listening to these examples, actually I always ask my kids when they have these kind of experiences or types of learning, or visit a museum or whatever, what do you remember? And it's the same answer, right? So it was fun, it was, I don't know, some colors or something happened, but what they actually learned is missing. So maybe if we don't have, sorry, any questions. There's one more question.
Thank you so much, both of you, to your presentation. Actually, this is a question for you, Andreas. I've looked at the report on creativity, and I'm wondering, and I've been thinking a lot about this, like, what is it that we're doing to 15-year-olds so that they are, far less engaged in creative thinking? So, and I'm wondering, you who have had a better look at the data, do you have any thoughts on this, maybe recommendations for us who are designing the curriculum, but also for the teachers who are here? I'm wondering what you think a little bit about this. Thank you.
It's a difficult question, but it's I think part of that is simply the kind of compliance-based culture that we have created in education, that you expect students to reproduce answers rather than asking questions. And in fact, there are many instructional settings where we do penalize students for divergent thinking. You do not come up with the answer that was projected into the question, even in the test. And nowadays, when we have the PISA assessments, we have fixed those kinds of things. But if you look in the early days, actually, even in those kinds of assessments, we had one answer that you get 100% of the points for. And if you had an answer that was not anticipated, the system wouldn't recognize it. And I think that is part of that culture gets internalized. I can tell you, one day my daughter went to school in France, and one day she came home and said, Papa, I got only half of the points in writing a definition in mathematics. And, I studied mathematics, I looked at it, I said, I can't find anything wrong, ask your teacher why she only gives you half of the points. Next day, she comes home and says, I found out. My teacher said, actually, what you wrote was correct, but you didn't repeat the definition in the correct word order. So a child that memorized the material without understanding it gets full points. A child that produces this in her own words gets half of the points. And I think if you actually carefully look in education, that happens in many, many different subjects. And it is the way our metrics, our assessments are all about compliance. And in the past, I would say actually that's not a bad thing. You know, in the end, you wanted people to learn certain procedures, certain behaviors, and society functions because people behave consistently. You know, that's actually a desirable outcome. But today, I think it's become a massive problem. What makes me confident is that you see those so great differences across countries. There's some countries who are actually better to keep that energy on creativity and that have instructional contexts that are more, you know, rewarding to those kinds of student experiences, where students can do things and can, you know, in some ways take ownership of their learning process rather than just, you know, being the subject of, you know, fixed kind of subject content. And I mean, what I found most interesting is that when we looked at creative thinking explicitly in PISA, you do find countries where actually students do significantly better than what you predict from their math and science performance. You know, Australia, Mexico, were very interesting examples where students, you know, Mexican kids do very poorly in math and science. And creative thinking, actually, many of the kids were actually quite good in that. So it's not a natural byproduct. If you want students to think creatively, you need to get beyond just doing well in the subject discipline. One doesn't come automatically as a byproduct of the other. No? So I think it's a lot we learn from that particular assessment. No?
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that. I mean, I think Kurt Fischer's work is extremely important, and it is so important to relate philosophical principles in respect of curriculum to the emergent findings of cognitive science. And I'll talk about creativity in a second. So if we think about the different models of creativity which are emerging and relate them to the empirical findings from the latest PISA surveys, which, I mean, again, it was really commendable that the PISA survey includes a survey of creativity. Huge effort was put into the development of the model and the measurement, and I commend it absolutely. But actually, looking at cognitive science, you need cognitive resources to be creative. So one lesson which I observed, there were two things going on. One was the unfortunate issue that physics really doesn't behave differently depending on how creative you are. I mean, unfortunately, physical laws are just physical laws. And these kids were looking at issues of cantilevers. You know, if you put an arm out, what are the calculations around it collapsing? And it's governed by physical laws. And that's what the teacher wanted them to understand, and to do mathematical calculations around those calculations. That was focus, rigor, coherence. That was the focus. The rigor was assessing that they'd understood this and that they could do the calculations. All of the kids were unbelievably engaged in the activity, and they were being incredibly creative because they were exploring the margins of the collapse of that arm. And they were coming up with some fantastic propositions as to what would happen and predictions. There was absolutely no contradiction between having a very specific focus with very specific outcomes in terms of understanding, which in terms of Bill Schmidt's notion of coherence would be absolutely essential to the next lesson and the next period of education, and creativity. They were all engaged because of the way in which the learning activity had been constructed pedagogically and didactically by the teacher. You can absolutely reconcile a profound commitment to creativity in the curriculum, well-structured, well-theorized, well-implemented, with highly directed concern for each and every child, Eric Hanushek, understanding these complexities, these counterintuitive aspects of reality, powerful knowledge, all of them acquiring it, all of them able to move on. Moving on is crucial, and that's the last thing I'll say. If you can't move on, if you feel you have not achieved something fundamental, if you feel different to the group, if you feel that's your experience across the curriculum, then you begin to experience all of the things which make you a marginalized and excluded young person, and somebody who actually becomes a problem for the school and society as well as for yourself. So these things are intimately connected, and they have to be connected through theory and connected through practice.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for great questions. I think we are opening new questions with this discussion, but we have to stop, unfortunately, now. But we can continue, of course, in the breaks. So it's a coffee break now, or? First, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Maciej. I think that I would like to say now that we have now around 15, 20 minutes of break. We see each other here again at 11:50. So thank you for this exciting discussion. I hope I will remember something from it other than magnesium. And now let's get some refreshment, and to you, on the other side of the internet, we will return to you 11:50. So stay tuned. welcome after the break, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you got some refreshment. At least I think you did. Now we will move to balancing educational outcomes through relevant curriculum. And as you know, balance depends on the distribution of mass. So I will now ask to join me on the stage three speakers. Mr. Tomasz Gajderowicz, Director for Research at the Educational Research Institute, who will present to us turning big ideas into action, integrating competencies into curricula, Poland's case study. Also, I would like to welcome here Mr. João Costa, Director of the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education and former Minister of Education in Portugal. And also I would like to invite here Mr. Brian McGillifedray, Assistant Chief Inspector in the Department of Education, Ireland. We will now have 1 hour and 30 minutes for our session. So, Mr. Gajderowicz, if you would be so kind as to start with your presentation.
Thank you for opportunity to present Polish case study. We are in Poland and we are learning a lot from this event. Actually, we are exactly in the moment when we try to answer these relevant questions on how to design curricula. Should it be more competence-based or more knowledge-based? And how to accommodate new technology, how to deal with the artificial intelligence entering school from every corner. So that's where we are. So I would like to spend this 24 minutes showing you where we are in the process of designing the curricular reform. And actually, when you will come to Poland next time, I hope sooner, but if you will come in like 4 years, I hope you will see that reform is already implemented. And then you may say, that's thanks to me, because I advised that. So exactly that's where we are today. So first of all, how we approach the question on how to change curricula and how to change the entire educational system. First of all, we need data, we need evidence to see where are the issues in Polish educational system. So what is the state of education? What is the state of skills? What is the achievement? What are the non-cognitive characteristics that characterize Polish educational system? So not only the math, reading, science, but also well-being, sense of belonging, and that stuff. So the most recent evidence we have, of course, comes from TIMSS, IEA study that was released just 2 weeks ago. And in TIMSS study, Poland is really almost at the top. This is the study of 4th graders in math and science. And as you can see, we should be proud of it. Well, there are some issues that stands behind this result. Like, for example, our students are a bit older than the average. Actually, we have compulsory 0 class. So that's the 4th year of education is actually the 5th year of learning somehow. And they are quite older. So we need to treat with caution these results. But at the same time, looking at the non-cognitive scales, we see a deep crisis in the sense of belonging and non-cognitive scales. Let's look at other assessments. Let's look at PISA. In PISA, we are also on the better part in terms of way above the OECD average. But at the same time, we dropped significantly from being almost on the top to being above the average. That's what happened between 2018 and 2022. And Poland is quite an interesting case because if you look at the evidence from PISA, for most countries, these are flat lines, right? For most countries, results are not changing very, very often. I mean, Poland was one of these case studies that made huge improvement over the years. So from the year 2000, when we were way above the OECD average, we moved to be way above the OECD average, statistically the same as that mythical Finland that actually noticed a decline, but that's a different story. But what happened in between 2019 and 2022 was actually we moved back to the levels of achievement from the year 2000. So being below those 500 points in PISA scale, we dropped for almost 30 points, which is, I know that OECD is not showing now the direct translation to the years of learning, but let's say it's something between 1 to 2 years of learning on the PISA scale. If you look at reading comprehension, that's also the same. So we see that all countries notice, I mean, not all, but majority of countries noticed decline, but our decline was even twice larger. So the 30 points drop between cycles is really a lot. And that's not, but we are still above the OECD average. But the biggest thing is the non-cognitive crisis in Polish educational system. So with the achievement, despite the decline, we are still above OECD, but looking at non-cognitive scales like sense of belonging, like emotional control, like, for example, things that are related to sense of belonging and how students feel in school, we see that we are at the very low levels of these tables. So we have a deep crisis in those non-cognitive characteristics of the Polish educational system. That's not only PISA, that's also TIMSS, that's also PEARLS from 2021. Again, this is the scale of sense of belonging, and Poland is 4th from the bottom. And this was not always like that. I mean, we were never champions in the sense of belonging. But what happened between 2018 and 2022 is something that is quite calling for action. So from being just below the average, we moved to be almost at the bottom in terms of sense of belonging in PISA, TIMSS, PEARLS, and that's consistent. So where we are in terms of reforming our educational system, we need to keep what is beautiful in the system. So mathematics, reading, science, achievement, but at the same time, addressing this huge crisis in non-cognitive scales and in well-being. Actually, if you look at the other side of this educational system, so let's see how teachers feel in the educational system, that's even more traumatic. So the teacher's satisfaction that is measured in TIMSS and in PEARLS assessment, so the students are assessed, but also their teachers, went through the questionnaire and they answer questions related to the job satisfaction. And you know, where is Poland on that scale? Literally the last place, the lowest job satisfaction of teachers of all countries participating in TIMSS and PEARLS assessment. So the teachers of the 4th grade educational system. So you may say, okay, but we had COVID. Yes, we had COVID, but all countries had COVID. We had a bit more COVID than the other countries. I mean, that's true, because we had schools closed for one of the longest periods in Europe. For almost 1.5 years, schools were completely closed. So, of course, the learning loss that we were assessing with Maciej based on TIMSS, PEARLS, and PISA data showing the deviation from the long-term trend, they show that all countries had some declines related to COVID. But Poland had the largest because the schools were closed for the longest time. And at the same time, a lot of other things happened in the educational system. So there was another assessment that was called TICS, where we had 3 cohorts. So one cohort was experienced by, I mean, all 3 were experienced by COVID, obviously. And 2 of them were also experienced by the educational reform that was introduced in 2016. And one cohort was the last cohort of the old system. So actually, if you decompose the educational loss, you see that around half of that loss can be attributed to the COVID school closure. And the other half of that effect should be attributed to all other things that happened in the educational system. So here we are when we try to set frameworks for reforming the Polish educational system. And that's the first time in Polish history that the Educational Research Institute was nominated by the minister to design framework for this change. So for the first time, curricular reform and entire framework is not designed by politicians, it's designed by researchers for policy, which is, I think, quite important change if you think of the arguments we are using here. So we started with the graduate profile. That was presented yesterday by Agnieszka Szymczak for those of you who attended. And the graduate profile is answering the very important questions where we are going. So what is the profile, what are the characteristics of the graduate we would like to have at the very final stage of educational system. So usually worldwide there are several attempts to define who we want to have at the end of compulsory education. Usually that's in the form of introduction to the curricula that outlines those big ideas. But now, what we defined and we found out that is a real data-driven problem in the educational system is that we have quite strong cognitive competencies of our graduates, but at the same time, there are those social ones and personal ones like self-control, self-esteem, that needs to be addressed. And we find out there is another thing that today is a rising issue in Polish educational system, which is the agency. So the ability to take what we know and can do into action. So the agency is something that we want to see in Polish educational system as one of the key components for the future design. So we inspired our graduate profile by the countries that successfully reformed education. That's actually quite smart thing, not to fail, but to learn from failures of others. So we find out worldwide several educational reforms that turned out to be successful. So there were many case studies we studied, and one of them was Ireland, Australia. We looked at several other curriculas and the graduate profiles, and then we looked at the international comparative data, like the international large-scale assessments, like PISA, and we tried to find out which of them were successful, were well perceived by the society, and they were implemented successfully. So that was the baseline for our graduate profile and for our educational reform that we are now in the process of constructing the next steps. So that's quite a new thing. I mean, we published the final version after the long process of social consultations. We published a new version of the graduate profile just last week. But we know that the effective implementation of curricula and of changes in education will require way more than that. Actually, the big question that we have is how to take this graduate profile into action. I mean, even today from many speakers saying, we usually agree with all of those like big ideas and statements. But there is always that question that actually was was asked by Maciej and also yesterday by other speakers. So now, if you know where you are going, now how to do it to make the teacher in the classroom really realize this profile, right? So today, if you look at the Polish curricula today, you will also see that this curricula has that beautiful introduction that tells everything about all those competencies. Social competences, personal competences, agency. But then if you look at the classroom and what is going on there, it's usually not sufficiently used in practice. So the big question is how to turn that into practice. So first of all, to make it happen, we need three things to happen to change at once. For, of course, the curriculum, but also the assessment, the monitoring around it, and the pedagogy that supports it, right? The Tim Oates mentioned that to a large extent. So also the recent evidence-based pedagogy, so teaching methods that are grounded in the cognitive science literature, in this amazing evidence of last 30 years of experimental studies in education that is telling us what really works and what not. So looking at the curriculum today, there was no link between those big ideas and what happens in the classroom. So today, our curriculum was completely disengaged from what are those big ideas, how those big ideas should be realized in the classroom. And there are those countries that happen to reform curricula and make that connection to have a common foundation for all subjects. That's the first thing. Second thing, to have really clear link to the general objectives of the curricula in the classroom practices, and then you need to have a narrow catalog of competencies you want to shape, because otherwise there is too much that you cannot actually control. And then, of course, like controlling for the levels of the taxonomies, so using competences from the higher level of taxonomies is also the issue, and then linking that to teaching methods and in the classroom. And finally, last but not least, the inter-subject correlations. So the problem that exists now in many educational systems, and in Poland, this is a problem as well, is that there is, for example, some reaction, like oxygen, how oxygen reacts with something else. And that is called in the biology as breathing, in chemistry as the chemical reaction, and then in the PE, it's just students feel it. But linking that all together and naming that in the same words is a huge challenge for the practice of educational reform. So we changed the structure of the curriculum, so the form, the framework that is implemented today. So to really attach this general objective part with the tasks that are realized in the classroom. So now in 2025, so just 1 year before the implementation of the huge reform, we introduced in the system 2 new subjects. One is the civic education, and second one is health. So for the civic education, we actually define, this has 3 most important consequences. First of all, we force publishers to realize the graduate profile. So we link exactly how the personal and social competencies should be realized by going through knowledge components of the curriculum. So the textbooks needs to have that component included. Then it translates into teacher practices and teachers training that altogether give us at least clear link between the big ideas and what happens in the classroom. Without that link, publishers and teachers will not link it in their practice. I mean, the best teachers would do. But actually, you need to design a system not for those most creative teachers that will do the great job anyway. You need to design the system for the teachers that are disengaged from the process in terms of their motivation. Again, let's recall that Polish teachers have the lowest job satisfaction worldwide, right? So, of course, we need additional piece of work that is related to that. So that is related to bringing up, again, the prestige of this beautiful occupation. Right? That's another story. But we need to have a curriculum and textbooks and teaching methods that clearly link the big ideas into the practice. That's the most often missed part of designing the curriculum in the system. So by that link, we stop the inflation of the big ideas. So these are not only words, but it's rather the practice of that happens in the schooling system. And we hope that then competencies, so the vision document, the graduate profile, have a clear link with, and there is a balance between skills and knowledge, between competencies and the topics that should be realized in the classroom. And this will discipline also the authors, the publishers that design and publish the textbooks, because then they need to review the linkages between the big ideas and the practice that is realized then in the classroom. And then, of course, the interdisciplinary correlations between the topics realized in different subjects. So, like putting all of that together, it's not about curriculum reform. Curriculum reform is just 1/10 of the challenges we need to address in this process. We need to have a clear new vision of teaching methods that will be like linked to cognitive science evidence that we currently have that is actually missing. We know how many false dichotomies are there, and we know how many myths exist in the educational system. Over last 10 years, there were millions spent on trainings in methods that we know are not effective, right? Because the cognitive science is not present in everyday practice of teachers. Like, we want to build a capacity, like the Education Endowment Foundation in UK, that provides the toolkit for teachers that is used every day, so teachers have access to the most recent science and evidence in how education process works. Then we need a monitoring system. So the good educational system is self-regulating, still learning educational system, where monitoring and feedback is given to teachers and principals based on the monitoring tools. It's not only about monitoring assessment. It is as well, but not only. So monitoring well-being scales as well. Motivation and realization of the curriculum and, of course, achievement is, again, the huge challenge, and then linking that to the educational system. And then, of course, the everyday practice related to the grading and assessment is a huge challenge here, which is linked to the behavioral issues. And that's something that we are now focusing on. So in Poland, we have the experts, teams that are working on all of these components of the complex educational reform. That's a huge challenge, but calling that a curriculum reform is not sufficient. That's a fundamental change in the design of educational system to be data and evidence driven. And actually the meetings like these and the evidence from other countries and learning from failures and learning from successes is something that we are doing now today. So that was the short overview of where we are in reforming educational system, and I would now give floor to João to show us the case of Portugal, actually extremely interesting one. Thank you.
Let me immediately move to the slide with the right template. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Polish organizers for inviting me. I will try to use 5 hats at the same time. One, the hat that I don't have yet, because I will only be director of the agency from January on. The other hat as chair of the Global Forum on the Future of Education and Skills. A little bit of a hat as chair of the Education Policy Committee at OECD. My hat as former policymaker, and my hat as a linguist, because I need all of these for the presentation that I'm going to make. The light of the room is very good for people who are sitting there to fall asleep. And so if you want to take a nap, just listen to my 2 first key messages. The first one is, and then you can fall asleep. The first one is, what I'd like to suggest is that if an education system is not inclusive, we cannot say that it has quality. And very often we look at results of the happy few that would have good results no matter what, and that do not depend on actual policies to strive. And sometimes, and in the previous panel, there were, for instance, Andres was talking about what your daughter told you, and I sometimes give examples from my children, but our children are not the children of the world, unfortunately. Most of the children struggle with big problems and big challenges in accessing the curriculum. And many times we design the curriculum for the successful ones, for those that I sometimes, in a provocative manner, say that they learn in spite of school, because they have books at home, they have educated parents, and we fall in this trap of meritocracy forgetting that the starting point is completely different. And my second message, and then you can really fall asleep, is that we cannot speak about inclusion on the side. It's not a side dish of the curriculum. If the curriculum is not inclusive and it's not designed for inclusion, we will be creating segregated spaces, even with the best intentions. And I'm very grateful that Poland, who's taking the, assuming the Polish presidency of the European Union next semester, is putting inclusive education as one of the main dishes of the semester. So this is a very important moment, especially in Europe, where we see some pushback on inclusion and new waves of segregation, a growth of hate speech in several jurisdictions. So it's really important that Poland is taking this step, and I'm very grateful to the Polish government for doing this, and looking forward to be back here next month and at the Council of Ministers. So. We know what are the global challenges that are being discussed. The OECD held a ministerial conference 2 years ago, and we are all discussing teacher shortage. We are all discussing the response to crisis, and the Global Forum on the Future of Education and Skills is putting a big effort on how to shape the curriculum so that we are ready to respond to natural disasters, to conflicts, to mental health issues, to cybersecurity. And then Andreas explained some of these issues very well. We are still discussing, like Thomas said, we are still reacting to the pandemic. We don't yet have the means to fully access and assess the impact of the pandemic, but we know that there was a huge impact. And fortunately, ministers around the world are concerned about equity and inclusion. But many times we say the words, but I'm not sure that we are meaning exactly the same things when we're using these terms, equity and inclusion. And what I'd like to say is that when we're talking about creativity in the curriculum, it's about creativity, about curriculum design. Because there's no way, as I said at the beginning, that we can talk about inclusive education without framing it in a global thinking about curriculum design and actually about, like in your last slide, about taking all the little pieces that make an education policy together. So it is about teacher preparation, it is about curriculum, it is about assessment, it is about the organization of schools. And if we don't take all these pieces together, we will fail, and especially we will fail in inclusion. So I will not spend much time on the context, because we had several presentations here, and at this stage I really feel more like discussing everything I heard rather than presenting. But we had, and again I will refer back to Andreas' presentation this morning on the global context that we have, and things have changed a lot, and especially they are changing very rapidly, and the technological change is just the most evident and obvious rapid change, but there are many things happening, and education systems tend to be slower than the changes that happen, and we need time to study. We need the academia to feed us with information so that we make the good decisions, but then things are happening very fast. And all these things that are happening impact on inclusion, or impact or increase the exclusion in the world. So when we see the rise of populism and polarization, this is about identifying groups of people that are blamed for something that is not going well. So it is about exclusion. When we see the role of fake news and dissemination of fake information, this is many times to create what leads to exclusion through populism. When we look at climate change, and we know that we have new types of refugees refugees that are escaping from areas of the world in which it is becoming impossible to live because of the climate. We know that it's also about inclusion. And so it is very strange to think that we can develop and design curriculum in exactly the same way that we were designing it 20 years ago. And we have looked at PISA data and PISA trends throughout this conference very often. And a discussion that we have together with Andreas and other analysts at OECD is sometimes we are worried about the conservatism of the PISA instrument, because we are using the same instrument with very little evolution in the domains, although things have changed a lot in these 24 years. So, and that's why my point is that maybe we need to add more and to actually read the PISA reports in greater depth, rather than just showing we were here 4 years ago, we are here now, and we will go there. There's so much information. And this year's PISA, the main focus was equity. But there is little discussion about equity in the discussion of the PISA results. And so when we are designing these policies, when we are identifying the benchmarks and the indicators that we want to focus on, I would suggest, and this is what we've done in Portugal, that we have to look at 3 main pillars. We talk about success, we talk about what students learn, but again, if this is not designed for everyone, if it's only designed for, and as a linguist, I've trained teachers most of my career, and when I went back to my university last April, and if I stayed in my university, I'm sure I would train teachers in a completely different way, because I've always trained teachers to be teachers of the students that don't exist. I train them for the ideal student or for the average student. And the average is the only one that is not sitting in the classroom. It's just the average of all the actual students. So teachers are not prepared to cope with diversity. Teachers are not prepared in their initial preparation for having completely different students sitting together in the same class. And this leads to frustration, to lack of motivation. And this is a problem related to teacher shortage. Because it's as if I was studying medicine, but I was being prepared to heal healthy people or to treat the average patient and not the actual persons that appear in my practice. And of course, we have to talk about citizenship, being able to navigate in this world of information, being able to tease apart what is fake and what is real. It is really about having the competencies, the knowledge, the attitudes, the values that make me an active citizen and a well-informed citizen, so that I don't just go with the flow and I don't believe the first big letters that I read on my social media. And this is what we have been doing in the Global Forum. We started the first part of this project in 2015 was the definition of this teaching compass. It's not about defining a global curriculum. It's really about a compass. It's really about getting us to understand where we are, where we can go, and also fighting, like Tim was saying this morning, this world of false dichotomies. Talking about competencies does not mean that we are not talking about knowledge. Talking about knowledge cannot mean that we are not talking about competencies. I give this example very often. PISA shows that the big majority of students at 15 have difficulties distinguishing facts from opinions in reading a text. Of course, this is a competence that is critical for citizenship. But we need knowledge here. There are clues in the text that can tell you if it is an opinion or not. If I'm reading arguably a piece of news, and then I find a word like unfortunately, this is an adverb that marks subjectivity. And so I need my grammar class to inform me on my comprehension of a text. And so having reading comprehension and having explicit grammatical knowledge are not incompatible. It's really about what we want to do, and it's also about diversification of methods in the classroom. Now, what we are about to launch is the teaching compass. We cannot define a learning compass, like Thomas said, if we don't have the teachers prepared to implement this compass and these new ways of looking at the curriculum. And now some of the discussions we are having, and your presentation was really fascinating, because many often when we design policies, we design the goals, we design the assessment, but we forget the how. And we say, that's with the teachers, and we don't support them. We don't support them about the how. We don't support them with the means for the actual implementation. So the next step after the teaching compass will be on implementation and on measuring impact, so that we can have actual means to measure impact and the definition of what we're talking about when we're talking about impact. In the case of Portugal, and there was a picture of our student profile in Thomas' presentation, we identified 10 areas of competence for the student profile by the end of year 12 of schooling. And we have, I will not go through this because we've talked a lot about this during these 2 days, but I'd like again to say that we are not dispensing with knowledge, but we go beyond encyclopedic knowledge. We also embody in the expectations of the student profile problem solving, reasoning, autonomy, personal development. One dimension that I always like to emphasize, the aesthetic and artistic sensitivity. We are humans, and we are talking about human development. The two things that distinguish us from other animal species is that we have language and we have the capacity to be wondered by art. And so if we leave art outside of education, art and the humanities, we are producing machines and not human beings. And machines do things much better than we do, but they don't do art, and they are not amazed with art in the way we are. So as I said, we cannot, if we have a very rich and ambitious curriculum, but we do not have the ambition of inclusion, we are failing, because we are failing the majority of students. Because inclusion is about removing barriers in access to the curriculum. It's not just about bringing kids into school and having them there. It is about removal of barriers. So inclusive education is really about the curriculum. It is very ambitious because it's always incomplete. When we think that we have achieved something for some children with some kind of impairment, we find a new group that we had never looked at. We are now discussing, fortunately, and the pandemic was a big eye-opener, we are discussing mental health issues. No one talked about them 10 years ago, but they were already there. We are talking about kids that experience anxiety. It has always been like that. But for many years, we were not too worried that many of these kids just dropped out of school. And we were defining our metrics on the success of the students that remained in the system. And we tended to forget all those that left the system too early. And when I say that we need new metrics, I'm also talking about this. Yes, PISA results are very exciting, but do we know exactly how we cross the PISA results with the early dropout rates in each of the countries? Do we know exactly how many of the kids are in segregated institutions and are not participating in the samples because the samples are drawn from schools. So we need all these together so that we have a clear picture on where we are going. So there is this nature of incompleteness. Again, if we're talking about quality without talking about inclusion, it is an incomplete picture, and it's really about democracy. It is really about democracy. Many times, the arguments that are used for pushbacks on inclusive education have to do with the usage of exactly the same arguments that were used very often to prevent some groups from accessing everyone's rights. Sometimes we say, for instance, for children with impairment, we use these arguments like, the system is not prepared. They are not really capable of doing this. We don't have all the means and resources, and sometimes I make the exercise of comparing this with the arguments that were used at the beginning of last century to say that women could not vote. The arguments were exactly the same. They were not ready. The system was not prepared. Why should they do this? Or for black children not to go together with white children to school in the south of the United States some 60 years ago. The arguments were exactly the same. So inclusive education is about turning what appears to be impossible into possible solutions, and about ambition, and about taking the risk, and about not being afraid of what we hear many times. Every time we talk about inclusion, we start hearing these voices saying, well, you're lowering the standards. And that's where the metrics for quality has to pop in. Because if we are not saying that any time we include someone that was excluded, we are actually raising the standards, we are missing the goal of education. And yes, it may be the case, and we see this in the results in PISA. In Europe, the results are declining a bit, and it's not just because of the pandemic. But we know that we have a diversity of population now in Europe that we didn't have 10 years ago. But it is a good thing that we are hosting, and that we are welcoming, and that we are taking care of these children that are looking for shelter in Europe. And we have new challenges. Yesterday we had a workshop on multilingualism. There are so many languages being spoken in our schools these days. We don't know exactly what to do with that, but we don't give up. The solution is not to say, stay out, because we don't know what to do. We learn by doing, and we have to learn collectively. So let me, in the 4 minutes and 57 seconds I have, 56, 55, let me give you some brief notes on some takeaway messages that I'd like for us to have. One is to keep clarifying the concepts. Many times, inclusion and integration are mixed up. It's not just because I bring the children into regular and mainstream schools that I'm including them. Inclusion is about living together. It's about sitting together in the same classroom. And this has a huge impact on methods and on the how. Because we took these steps. This is, it's even in Portuguese. It's the history of Portuguese inclusion. We started from exclusion, then we created special institutions, special schools in the 50s last century. Then from the 90s, we started integrating, and by 2015, we had 98% of the children with special needs in regular schools, which was a big achievement. But we could still say, where is inclusion in this school? Oh, it's the second corridor on the right. And the very ambitious step that we took with the new legislation in 2018 is, what if they all sit together in the same classroom? But this has an impact on the how, because this means we cannot be teaching in exactly the same way. We cannot assess in exactly the same way. We need to diversify methodologies. We had the example of the kid that only remembered that he could not see the brightness. We didn't have the counterfactual, the kid that just learned by rote learning, whether he also remembers. And we learn in different ways. I remember some literary texts that I performed when I did theater in my school, and I don't remember others. But some kids remember because they memorize them. And if we don't diversify the methods, we will not respond to the diversity of learning styles. We know the characteristics of inclusive education models. We are very good at diagnosing and see where we failed, and then we try remediation. Inclusion is about early intervention. It's about early screening so that we can act on time. We don't need the referential models. We don't need to say, you have autism, therefore this is the answer. Because maybe you have autism in a different way that the other kid has autism, and you can have autism and be a migrant, or you can be a migrant without autism. So let's just look at the individual profile of every child, which is much more difficult. It is about a multi-level approach, multi-layer approach. Start with the measures that are relevant for everyone, and then start specifying according to the individual needs. It's about multidisciplinarity. It's not if there is a special educator, a special needs educator in the school, but the other teachers are not committed with inclusion, nothing will work. If the school library is not attending the goal of inclusion, the school library is a resource only for the students that already read and not for the ones that don't have books at home. It is about commitment to partnerships. Schools cannot solve all the problems in the world, so they have to interact with the municipalities, with social security, with justice department, with the health services. And it is about a whole school approach. I will go into this 1 minute, but Thomas didn't use all the time, so I have his 4 minutes. 3, okay. So we talked a lot about creativity. I'm using Eleanor Roosevelt's picture when the Human Rights Declaration was written. It was not just a repetition of things that were done. It was about dreaming, it was about innovating, and it was about not making counts. Inclusive education systems, I'm no longer a minister, so I can say this, we would be so much happier without ministers of finances. Inclusion is expensive, but it pays off in the long term. But it's also about dreaming that it is possible. And when we talk about creativity in the curriculum, it's about the points that Andreas made, but it's also about a model of society. Having the kids believe that it's possible to live with the difference, to respect the difference. And many times we think of inclusion as having the merit for the excluded ones, but it is also beneficial for the ones that are already in, because they learn to live together with the others. And when one day they are the excluded ones, they will know the benefits of what they learned when they were the included ones. So, as I said, we need new metrics, we need new evidence, we need new sources of data. In Portugal, we try to develop some new indicators, like an equity index for the schools, taking into account the starting point and see how far the schools take these children. And when we have these school rankings that the media publish, we know the results before they are published. We know that private schools will perform better. Why? Because they only have the rich kids there. So why don't we compare the schools according to the same socioeconomic background of the kids? We'll see that public schools perform even better. But they perform even better because they take the poor kids much further than they were expected to achieve. It is about resources. In Portugal, we designed a very complex set of policies, a core curriculum, a student profile, a law on inclusive education, a strategy for citizenship education, programs on science labs, on movies in school, a national plan for arts. But the big challenge is how to integrate all this. If we say inclusive education is for that side, the student profile is for that side, citizenship is on that side, and we have all these projects, and they are not all accomplices in having inclusion and learning as a goal, they will not be needed. It is about also exploring resources. There's so much evidence already collected. OECD has a whole site on education equity. The European agency is full of resources and practices and reports. Even in the national, in all our countries, there is a body of evidence on inclusion. So it is about having these reports getting to the teachers, the ones that are in front of the classrooms. And this is something that we discussed, I think, last week in Paris in the Infinity Summit within our global forum, how to have the teachers get this evidence. Because the teacher doesn't have time to read a 300-page report on curriculum overload or on curriculum flexibility. So we have to be creative in how to have the teachers read this. Also, deciding on evidence. We have evidence showing that it is possible to include, that it is possible, and there's a lot of faith in the speech on education. It's saying, yeah, the socio-economic disadvantaged kids, they will not learn. Yeah, but we have seen this for 20 years. What are we doing about this data? What are we actually changing in the practices on the basis of this? We talked about I'm almost finishing. We talked about flexibility, curriculum autonomy and flexibility. This is because if there is no freedom to the teacher, if the curriculum is not designed in a flexible way, it will just be the same for all the kids. And we'll be assuming that all the kids are the same. I use this image, and the Portuguese people here have heard me saying this many times. I'm short-sighted. If I take out my glasses, you all look the same. You all look the same, exactly the same, but I don't see anyone. And this is sometimes how we design the curriculum. We assume that students are a mass, and we standardize, and we don't make it flexible. So flexibility and pedagogical innovation is not a fashion. It's not something we want because it's fashionable these days. It's not something that we are putting in the learning and teaching compass because it is trendy. It's because it is an instrument for inclusion. And that's why the how is so important these days. It's because we want to include more children. And if we just standardize, we are preventing inclusion from happening. Very final point, just to share with you some activities that the country clusters are developing at the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education. We are looking, like we are doing at the Global Forum, on student participation. If we don't have the voice of those that feel excluded and don't like school, don't feel engaged, don't feel that they belong to the school, if they do not participate in the policies, we may run the risk of not answering their specific needs. We are discussing parental participation in countries in which there is pushback on inclusion. It's also because of the parents, because they're afraid that the system is not responding to the specific needs of their children, and I think Ireland is a case that Brian will talk about. We are discussing the monitoring and evaluation of the system. It cannot just be about good intentions. We have to know if things are going well. The critical role of cross-sector collaboration. Where is the health department? Where is the justice department? How do we interact with social security? How the community really works as a community? And very importantly, sustainability models. Because there is financial effort on this, because there is less money when the world is facing armed conflicts everywhere. We have to make sure that we don't lose focus and that we are putting the money where it is more efficient and where the results come out. So, sorry for going over time. Thank you very much for your attention, and congratulations to Poland for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for those two very interesting presentations. And I hope to follow up and repeat many of the same themes, because I hope to give you some insights into the Irish context, and particularly zoning in at school level and at classroom level. So what I hope to do is explore inclusion in the Irish context. I suppose, first of all, it's important for us to understand what it is we mean by inclusion. And within Ireland, we see ourselves very much on a journey. It's not something that we can say, oh yes, we have an inclusive system, we'll stop now and look. It's an ongoing process. And it's something that we have to keep thinking and rethinking, because the issues and the challenges that children and young people face every day change every day and change every time. We're dealing now with children who are questioning their gender identity. 5 years ago, 2 years ago, that was never an issue. We're dealing with a huge increase in the prevalence rates for children with autistic spectrum disorders. That's also a new challenge for us. So it's an ongoing process. And a really important point for us is that it's a quality education for all, that an inclusive system doesn't sacrifice quality, but inclusion and quality are synonymous, in that you can't have one without the other. And it's all about respecting the diversity and the different needs, abilities, characteristics and learning expectations for all. And I think the graphic there captures what we mean by inclusion. It's not about giving all children the same things. It's not even about giving some children additional supports, but it's about creating a system where everybody has equitable access to good quality learning experiences, where all can engage to the best of their ability and achieve good quality outcomes. You'll probably have seen that image 2 minutes ago on the previous presentation, but it's but in Portuguese. But it does capture for us, I think, two things. First of all, the journey that we're on, but secondly, it's important to emphasize that even in Ireland, we still have our special schools. We still have exclusion. We still have a number of children and young people who attend special schools for profound and general learning disabilities and for children with autistic spectrum disorders. We still have separation within mainstream schools, whereby you go in and you have the special class for children with autism down the corner and around to the right. You still walk into classrooms, whereby you can see the children and young people from the Ukraine who are sitting together in the corner and the rest of the children there. So we still have exclusion, we still have separation, and we still have integration. And our challenge is to move to inclusive classrooms. Not inclusive schools, but inclusive classrooms. And it really isn't about placing children in mainstream schools, because unless the quality of the education they receive within the school is of a sufficient quality, then they may be better off excluded or separated or integrated. But it is about changing the schools to make all schools responsive to the needs of all children that they cater for. A really important question that we've grappled with in Ireland is the why. And what we have found is that if inclusion is going to work, people have to believe in it. And it's not just people like ourselves who are policymakers, but it's the parents of the children with special educational needs or with needs. The parents have to actually believe that by sending their child to an inclusive environment is a better option for them than by having them in an environment whereby they have access to all of the therapeutic supports. They have access to speech and language, but they're not being educated with their peers. The school principals and school leaders have to believe that it's actually better for everybody when children and young people are educated together with their peers. And it's actually easier to raise standards for all than to concentrate on some. The teachers themselves have to believe that they can actually do this, that this is something that they as a professional teacher can do. And not only can do, but should do. If inclusion is going to work, the teachers have to have a moral purpose to it. But most importantly, the children and young people in the classroom have to believe that this is the right thing to do. So in terms of looking at our journey towards inclusion, the first step is to really articulate the vision and to get buy-in then from all of the stakeholders, the school leaders, the parents, the teachers, the children and young people. And importantly also, broader society. That society and the taxpayer have to believe that educating all children together is a better option than educating some people separately. And there is an economic argument to be made for it in terms of preparing children and young people for the world of work. There's also a social argument to it in terms of the messages we give children and young people about how we deal with children who are different. Because how we deal with children who are different will be how they as adults deal with adults who are different when they are in society. So it's really important in the journey towards inclusion that we consider why we're doing this. We consider the social, the economic, the political and the educational arguments, and we convince those stakeholders that they are important. The why for us is very much rooted in the United Nations Convention on the Persons of the Rights with Disability. And it really centres on a fundamental human right that all children have the right to be educated together. So I want to turn now a little bit and have a look at principles at whole school level. So if we really want to develop an inclusive culture, we believe that there are some principles that have to underpin the approach within the school. And we have recently published new guidance for schools that set out the following principles. And I'll just go through them very quickly. The first one is the inclusive school culture. And we believe that one of the most important indicators for a school is the culture that permeates the school. So when you walk into the school, can you see the diversity within the school population on the walls? Can children who are a little bit different from the mainstream see themselves in the environment? Is the variety of nationalities that are present in the school, are they respected in the school environment? Are they respected in the classroom's environment? And what is the interaction between the teachers and the children like in the corridors, when they meet each other socially around the school, in the playgrounds? Because that's where it begins. Collaboration is the second part. And collaboration for us talks at a number of levels. The first one is the collaboration between the parents and the school. What level of information and interaction happens between a parent and a school before their child comes? And then as their child progresses through on the educational journey, what types of information flow happen between home and school? It's not just the teacher contacting the parent and saying your child is doing well here, your child is doing well here, your child needs to improve there. It's about the teacher asking the parent, how is your child finding and enjoying the learning experiences? And it's about the teacher learning from the child, learning from the parent, as well as the parent learning from the teacher. And if inclusion is going to be successful, the dialogue and the communication has to be two ways. But it's also about collaboration within the school. Collaboration between the teachers and the other adults involved in the education of a child or young person. How does a teacher talk to the support teacher? How does a teacher of 1 year talk to the teacher for the next year? How do they progress information? And we have come across, one of my roles is as a school inspector, and sometimes we'll visit schools and the child is doing the same learning target again and again and again. And we wonder what's the communication and the collaboration between teachers? And what's the communication and collaboration between teachers and parents? So collaboration is our second one. Well-being, and there's been a lot of talk earlier on about the indicators for well-being and PISA results and how important they are. And we would put well-being as a really foundation stone for good quality education. That the children feel comfortable in themselves before they learn. That they have friendship circles and friendship links within the school community. And that there is a dedicated drive to promote the well-being of all. Not just the children and young people, but the teachers and the whole school community. And that well-being is central and fundamental to a good quality education. Engagement and participation is the next principle. And engagement and participation speaks to the point that inclusion isn't about putting a child in a classroom. Inclusion is about ensuring that that child is engaged and participates in good quality, challenging learning activities that will enable them to progress. Because if you're a child sitting in a classroom, colouring in a picture, because the teacher hasn't designed a good quality learning activity for you, then you begin to switch off. You don't progress. You become disengaged and you become disaffected and your learning doesn't progress. So it's all about engagement and participation. It's child-centred and needs-based. You don't teach the curriculum because this is the curriculum for second class. You don't teach the curriculum because this is the curriculum for geography. You teach the children to engage in the learning activities so that they will progress in their learning. So teachers aren't there to teach the children they wish they had, or they thought they might have, or what the typical child in second class is. Teachers are there to adapt the learning programme to meet the needs of the children and young people who are in front of them on that particular day. And it's challenging and it's difficult because you may have up to 30 children in your class and they may have a diverse range of needs. And if you're in a post-primary school, you may have to do that 8 times as you teach a geography lesson to 8 different classes. But that's what teaching is. It's child-centred and needs-based. It's also evidence-informed practice and outcomes. So we don't teach the geography book. We teach a well-designed lesson that's evidence-informed, practice-based and outcomes. And it leads to good quality outcomes for the children and young people in front of you. And finally, there's a role for governance and accountability. We do invest heavily in special educational needs and in inclusive education in the Irish system. But the investment also comes with accountability. And we do ask schools, management authorities to be accountable for the way in which they spend the resources. And we do ask them to be accountable for the outcomes that they receive. So at school level, in terms of promoting an inclusive system, they're the principles that we ask schools to adhere to. At a practical level then, in terms of designing engaging learning activities for children and young people, we have what's called the problem-solving process. So when teachers come up against children and young people who are struggling to engage in the curriculum, who are struggling to make good quality outcomes, who are struggling to access material, what we have is the problem-solving approach. It begins by asking a very simple question. Well, what is the concern? What is actually happening here? And one of the areas that we engage with teachers is in being really critical in an interrogative perspective about what the problem is. You may think initially the problem is the child just can't do maths. The child doesn't understand how to add or how to subtract. But it may be that the child is anxious. The child is afraid. The child has no friends within this classroom situation. The child is afraid to ask a question and therefore has got lost. So it's about finding out what is the actual problem here. What is the concern? What is it that is presenting as a barrier to accessing the curriculum? And that can only be established when there are good channels of communication with home and with the child and with the other teachers that are in the environment. So it's a problem-solving approach, trying to get to the bottom of what the concern is. The second question in our circle is, why is it happening? Why is this particular concern manifesting itself in this classroom at this time? And the reason can be different for lots of different children. So again, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, but it's about finding out, why is it actually happening now? Has it always happened? Is there something I can do to the environment, to my teaching approach, to my teaching method, to make this change or to make this better? The third question is, how can we help? What are the interventions that we need to do in order to address the concern we have identified? Does it need a different teaching approach? Does it need a different teaching environment? Does it need a different group of children and young people to engage with? It will be different for different children at different points. But the key question is that we ask the question, how can we help? And finally, and most importantly, did it work? And if not, then we have to go back again. And we have found that when that's applied, and when the data that's used at each stage is rigorous and is used well, it can lead to really positive outcomes for children and young people. The challenge is to engage with teachers to make sure that they adopt this problem-solving approach and not have the mindset, oh, well, I did teach it, he didn't learn it, therefore there's a difficulty. So that is at the level of the individual child. In terms of supporting schools then, in terms of applying interventions throughout the school that will help all children and young people, we have introduced what we call the continuum of support. And for any area, well-being, literacy, numeracy, or promoting attendance, promoting retention in school, we have found this to be quite effective in ensuring that interventions are targeted at of those who are most at need. So if we want to take the example of improving literacy scores in the children and young people, or improving the attendance of children and young people at the school, the same approach can be used. The first one is whole school support. So there are a number of initiatives that are important that all children in the school benefit from. So for example, in literacy, you could have an initiative within the school whereby all children will read for the first 10 minutes after lunchtime. So everyone comes in and they have drop everything and read, or engagement with reading time. And that is a whole school initiative, something that works throughout the school, and it will raise engagement for all children. There are, the second level, groups of children who will benefit from that, but who may need more intensive support. Maybe they don't have the right books. Maybe they need help with support in selecting books to use and to engage with during this particular time. Maybe they need additional support in terms of engaging with the text. And for those at the school support stage, we give small group intensive support by special education teachers for various interventions. So they will be given support for some. And that could involve maybe withdrawal from the class for 40 minutes intensive engagement with phonics, or withdrawal and some support around a particular area of literacy that they require help in. And the final area, the School Support Plus, this is individualised and specialist support for those children and young people who are experiencing significant barriers in engaging with literacy skills throughout. So the continuum of support, it applies the problem-solving process at all levels of the continuum of support, and it's designed to be a tiered intervention to those that are to ensure that those children and young people who are in need of greatest level support receive it. And the most important part about that is that that continuum works hand in hand with the problem-solving approach, so that at each stage you ask, well, what is the concern here? Why is it happening? What can we do about it, and is what we're doing a work? So when we're engaging with schools and with teachers around ensuring that all children achieve good quality outcomes, we encourage the school to work with the continuum of support, and we encourage a problem-solving approach. When we then visit schools to find out, well, what are the indicators of inclusive practices in our schools? What are the kind of things that we are looking at? I suppose the first one, and we've talked about it before, is collaboration. To what extent is there collaboration in the school community? It's not about teachers working in isolation, but it's about collaboration among all of the teachers, parents, and pupils. And the word agency has come up a lot yesterday and today. But agency, for me, really means asking children, has anybody asked you how you like to learn, what you find difficult, and what you'd like to do next? And it means giving appropriate weight to the child's opinions. Now, obviously, if the child said, yes, I'd like to go home, have no more homework, and relax for the rest of the day, well, then you have to mediate that a little bit. But you do have to engage and listen to the voice of children and young people. The second one, and a really important one, is that teachers hold high expectations. And the expectations have to be learner-focused. And sometimes when we engage with teachers, we might hear, oh, they're great to be in school. It's great that they're here. But it's really important, if children are going to achieve good quality outcomes, that the expectations are about their learning, that they will learn, that they will progress, and that they will attain outcomes in line with their ability. So we would always engage with teachers around the expectations, but it's around the expectations for learning. The third one there is about learning activities aligned to meet the full range of needs. And what we've spoken about there before, and it's come up in previous presentation, is you're not just teaching this lesson, the same lesson that you have taught every year at the same time. But you're tailoring the learning activities to meet the needs of the children who are in front of you on that particular day. The school's ethos has a clear commitment to the inclusion of pupils with special educational needs, and there is evidence of this in practice. One of the most important factors in a successful inclusive school is the vision that the school leader has for inclusion. It's the vision that the leader articulates to the teachers, to the parents, to the children and young people about what inclusion means. And when that vision is successfully articulated, and when that vision is articulated in a way that parents and teachers can articulate it back, then the chances of a successfully inclusive school are significantly increased. It's really important that a school community has a strong commitment to teacher professional learning. At the very beginning, we spoke about how needs change. It is impossible for a teacher to deal with the needs of children and young people today if the only training they had was when they're in their initial teacher training. Because when we were in initial training, none of the needs that are so prevalent in our schools were even discussed or considered. So it's really important that there's a strong commitment to teacher professional learning. It's really important that the support is provided with the dignity and respect for the pupil in mind. And sometimes, you know, when we see teachers, support teachers coming to classrooms to take children out, you know, for additional support, that's done with the best intentions. But we have to ask ourselves, what message does it give all of the children in the class and the child themselves when they're being taken out from their peers? Is there a way of providing the support that maintains a focus on the dignity and respect for the child and young person? It's really important that school leaders monitor the impact and outcomes. And sometimes in our visits to schools, we see some wonderful interventions for children and young people. And we'd ask the question, is it working? And sometimes we don't always get, you know, a well thought out answer, because the extent to which schools are monitoring the impact and outcomes sometimes needs to be improved. The extent to which they're using data and information to find out how well the interventions are working, are they successful or not, can be challenged. So it's really important that if you have an intervention in place in a school, that you monitor the impact. Is it working for these particular children at this particular time? The school is pupil-centred. We have talked about that, and it listens to the voice of children and young people. And the very last one is a strategic use of the resources that schools receive. We've been very fortunate in Ireland that we have given significant resources to schools to support inclusive practices. But it's really important that when those resources are deployed in schools, that those children and young people with the greatest level of need have access to the greatest level of support, and that the resources are used carefully with that in mind. And for this part of the presentation, and I just wanted to reinforce the fact that our vision for an inclusive education system is to ensure that all learners of any age are provided with meaningful, high-quality educational opportunities in their local communities alongside their friends and peers. But the most important part is the heading there, that we're on a journey together. It's not something that any education system, I believe, can say, we have achieved that, we have done that now. But it is something that if we have a clear vision for it and we have a pathway ahead, that we can journey on together within the Irish education system. In the last minute, I just wanted to consider very briefly how the Irish system has supported schools to meet the needs of migrant children and young people, because like many countries, we have had a number of children and young people from the Ukraine, from Syria come to our schools, and we have tried to support them within the context of an inclusive system. So I suppose one of the things is we have established regional support teams under the aegis of local education authorities, which have been charged with the allocation of school places for children and young people. We allocated additional teacher allocations then to schools that had high numbers of children and young people from Ukraine or other international protection applicants. And we published a range of information and guidance for parents, for children and young people themselves, and for teachers about how to support and meet the educational needs of those children and young people. One of the foundation, and it reflects back again to our emphasis on well-being, we wanted first of all to promote a sense of connection and belonging, because we were really conscious that the children and young people from Ukraine and from other countries that were coming to our country were experiencing high levels of trauma. And it was really important to promote a sense of connection and belonging as important elements of well-being. And our country has a wellbeing policy statement and framework of practice, which all schools are engaging with. So we wanted to promote that. It's a sense, and for the children and young people from migrant communities, it involves both a sense of connection and belonging to the new school community and also to their community of origin. That they weren't just suddenly landed into our schools and forgetting their previous communities. Attendance and partnership with parents and guardians were equally important. And finally, effective teaching and learning. We believed that it was important to place the pupil with a view to progression, support for the pupil's proficiency in the language of instruction, so we provided additional support for English language instruction, awareness of the principles of effective second language teaching, that they could use their home language to support their learning in English language, and awareness of the needs of children and young people who wanted to continue to engage with the Ukrainian curriculum outside of school hours. So thank you very much for your attention and for your engagement, and I hope you found that useful.
So do we now maybe have some questions for our speakers, to our speakers? Yes, do we have?
Thank you for those inspiring presentations. My first question is to Minister Costa. You said that that teachers are not coping with diversity or not taught to cope with diversity. In Poland, we had two diversity shocks in the recent years. One was migration, and the other one is the privatization. So we have more and more children who go to private schools. So those who stay in public schools are usually non-affluent children. How can we use this as an opportunity, this decreased diversity in terms of social class in public schools, to maybe target their needs better? And the second question is, how can we deploy the standards of inclusiveness to most peripheral, rural, agricultural territories, where maybe we do not have so many immigrants, but, for example, the gender gaps are the largest. Boys perform much worse than girls. They also stay much often in those places. They go to vocational training. Girls choose much more often general training and go to larger cities, universities, and so on. And it all starts in primary schools. So how can we be inclusive also in those peripheral areas?
Yeah. Well, the first question is difficult. It's very difficult because I think it is really about normally when we think of segregated schools, we think of schools for special needs. And what you're saying is an example of how private schools can be a segregated space. They are a bubble in which children do not interact with other children. And it's when I said, and Brian also said, that upper middle class parents maybe should have the responsibility of having their kids in public schools. Sorry for putting this in such a strong way, but it is everyone's role not to segregate, and or to devise your funding model so that these schools are more or less obliged to take in kids with special needs or from low socioeconomic backgrounds. But it is really about what we want the society to be like, because there is evidence, and we go again back to the evidence, that mixed classrooms take everyone further. Not only the kids that have, the students that have lower performance, but also the others go further. So we need to present a society with this evidence, also to bring down the barriers and the myths that are created in terms of the representation. And sometimes the bad usage or the superficial usage of the indicators that we use feed those perceptions. When, and I was saying, and again, if we just do what newspapers do, which is to present the one page of the PISA report which is where our system is, and we don't look in depth at these reports, and then we see, oh, there is a divide in results between private schools and public schools. This creates a representation for parents that private schools provide a better service. But then we don't go in depth in the results, and we create a myth, and then it's like a snowball. It's like an avalanche, and we go on and on. So I really think there is no simple answer to your question, because it's really about a model of society that we are designing, and we know that, for instance, classes in schools that are, for instance, special classes in schools do not give good results, do not provide good results. The second question is a bit more simple. So the design, this universal design principle, and also the multi-layer or the continuum process that Brian was talking about, is really about looking in different contexts what are the specific needs, and adapting and being flexible to understand that we cannot teach the same way everywhere. And if you are in a rural area where there is a gender divide much stronger than in an urban area, this means that you have to have differentiated methodologies for the boys and the girls, and do not pretend that these differences do not exist. So its role is, and that's why I think Thomas' points were also so very important, it's always about the how, and it's always about the diversification of methods in the classroom. And by not assuming that what generated a good result in that school is going to generate a good result in my school, because the reality is different.
Thank you. What is really important during education is sustenance. So we have two more questions, and then we will go to lunch. So the gentleman in the first row, please.
Thanks. And this is addressed to Brian in terms of Ireland. First, Finland. So during Finland's period of very sharp improvement and sustained over a long period of time, interestingly, they implemented their new model of comprehensive education, which was quite controversial in the country, in the small rural schools in the north. It's really interesting in terms of history of change. And Ireland's educational performance is quite remarkable, I think, bearing in mind the number of small rural schools that you have. These smaller schools are under threat now economically for reasons of inefficiency, something that Andreas and I discussed last night. But what do you think are the processes in Ireland by which you've managed to sustain high performance, improve performance, and get the policy changes implemented so effectively in this incredibly diverse system, which is Ireland?
Yeah, there's a lot there to answer quickly, but I think our PISA results are really encouraging. But we did have a period when there were a cause for concern, and we did improve. And one of the ways in which we improved in that is by having a targeted national literacy and numeracy strategy, because we had seen that there were difficulties with our literacy and numeracy. The department and the ministry devised a literacy and numeracy strategy with clear targets for schools to use and to adapt. And it was really much along the problem-solving process. We identified an issue, then we tried to implement it. And we put a national focus on improving literacy and numeracy. And that has proven very, very successful. And one of the reasons that it's proven successful is that it raised the awareness of school leaders about the importance of literacy and numeracy as access tools to the curriculum, so that all children need literacy and numeracy in order to progress in any subject, and that the teaching of literacy and numeracy was everybody's business and not just the English or the mathematics teachers. But also importantly, we gave schools the flexibility within the overall national strategy to devise targets and interventions that were applicable to their own context, so that the context of a smaller rural school, which is different from a larger urban school. They were able to have their own targets and their own strategies. And finally, we encourage schools to implement a strategy in the context of their own approach to self-evaluation, that it wasn't something external, but it was something they were doing for themselves within their own context.
Thank you. And for the balance, there's a question in the first, okay. And then the last row, and that will be the final question.
Okay, so I've got a question because you said like the inclusion shouldn't be something that we do aside or marginalize, but actually like in Poland when we tried to introduce this inclusive education and there was a moment when the special school felt threatened, the resistance was on both sides. Like the teachers from the public school said, we are not prepared, the system is not prepared, and the teachers from special schools said, it's only us who know. And I would how I see this is that we actually want teachers to be agents of change and execute leadership. And actually, they are also products of educational system that didn't encourage them to be like that. So how you do encourage them to be agents of change, and how do you, I don't know, teach or support them in executing leadership to make it happen?
We'll divide the answer. I think there are two things. Let me share one good idea that it wasn't me, but in 2008 that the then minister had for this relation between special schools and regular schools was she avoided a big conflict by transforming the special schools in provision centers to the regular schools. So it's all about money. So the money was not was not cut, and there was this specialized knowledge was integrated in the schools. So this transformation was effective. Then for the other part, resistance to change is normal in education. It's part of the game. What I see as effective, and it's really about communication in this era that we live in, is to have good narratives, to have positive examples of people who actually show that it is possible from individual stories. That's what has more impact. We used a lot, and some of them are here, cases of success in our schools, success by showing it is possible to do things in a different way, and the results are good. You can talk to some of them, they're here, Anna and Katarina.
I agree with all of that, and I just add one extra thing. I think it's really important before you begin that journey that you'll be able to answer the question to the teachers in the special school and in the mainstream school as to why you're doing this, and that the answer needs to be convincing to them, because teachers in special schools will be feared about their job, but their job isn't going, it's just changing. Teachers in mainstream school will be afraid that they haven't the capacity to do it, but of course they have. So I think that it's really important to take a step back, to really articulate why this is happening, and to have a convincing argument, and I think that's an important element of the success as well.
Thank you so much, and there's the final question.
I'd like to thank you, Tomek Kremczewski. I'd like to thank you for your presentation about the inclusion. I had a great pleasure of hosting you both. I'm in Zhao and Brian yesterday in my school. And you know my attitude, but I was wondering about your experience with dealing with the parents. And I'm talking about the parents. You, Brian, mentioned the parents, but I'm not talking about the parents of the students with special needs, because they obviously have some expectations. I'm asking about the parents of the kids who don't have the special needs, of, let's say, average parents, if there any exist. But because very often they are in opposition, because they require the peace, the regular environment for their children. And they say, I do not agree for this and that. How do you deal with that, if so?
Yeah, that is one of the challenges, and I think that is one of the areas that we often forget about in the inclusion debate, and we don't pay sufficient attention to it, in that we focus on the parents of the children with additional needs. But it's really important, and it's the same point again, that we have to articulate the good case examples where it actually works, and where it leads to improvements for their children as well as for the children with additional needs. And I think that's a really important point, because I do believe that all parents want the best for their own child. And if they are convinced of the argument that an inclusive education environment is better for their children and leads to better educational outcomes for all, and it's also outcomes aside from the academic, it's outcomes in terms of society, in terms of relating to other people, in terms of how you deal with difference, and in how society will deal with their child if they have differences down along the line. So it's that kind of a discussion and an argument that we have to make, I believe. And I think that you're right, it's not easy, and I wouldn't say that the Irish system has answered all of those questions yet, but it's something that we're aware of and something that we're addressing rather than something that we have finally achieved.
Yeah, I agree with Brian. I'd like to add, we haven't solved it as well, and we see this growing, for instance, in the relation with from parents with a non-immigrant background, with parents from in relation with the presence of immigrant children in the classroom. And I've heard things like, these children are delaying my child, which is a horrible thing. And like Brian said, it's really, and I would relate to two things very briefly. One is with the way the global forum, this project is being structured. To have a multiple stakeholder approach is very critical. So to have multiple voices sharing a vision on education and the future that we want to design together, but also assuming that we do not all want the same. So, and if we have a vision for my school, a vision for my country, a vision for a global society based on values, let's assume these values, and just also assume that not everyone wants the same, but then stick to our principles and push the agenda, trying to find the widest consensus as possible. So there is this multiple stakeholder approach, and there is also, I think, and I go back to the topic of my presentation, the evidence, like Brian was saying, the evidence we provide and the evidence we design. We talk about literacy and numeracy and science, also because, not only because there is a consensus that these are foundational competencies, but also because there is an international organization that presented this as foundational competencies. And every cycle of PISA, we are looking at literacy, numeracy, and science. But now we are worried about the rise of populism and how we deal with fake news. Suppose we had a PISA for history, and maybe we would be all paying attention to how history is being taught. The Council of Europe is doing that, but it doesn't have the impact of a PISA. And maybe we would not be repeating the same mistakes in the future and arguing that we are not learning anything from history. So it's also about the metrics, about what we present as evidence. Like Brian was saying, what I value in your child and what your child is learning from the difference, and how am I going to assess your child also in social skills that is going to develop in the school. And yeah, sometimes it's the metrics that convince people, but we don't use the right metrics.
Thank you so much, Brian, João, Tomasz. Thank you for this session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break, a lunch break. We will be returning to you 2:20 p.m. So now let's take our time and have a brief moment of relaxation. Welcome after the break, ladies and gentlemen. For now, something completely different. We will now show you a short movie clip done during yesterday's workshops. So please sit down and enjoy. I will get back to you in about 6 minutes. That was nice. There was music, there were people with microphones, there were some moving pictures. So we've been like on MTV. Whee! This guy with the beard looks strangely familiar. So now, let us move to another final session of our today's conference. We will speak about curriculum reform and its implications for all levels of education. And for this purpose, I will ask Mrs. Jennifer Falk, for educational developer and researcher at Karolinska Institutet, Sweden, to tell us about curriculum innovation, building inclusive pathways for lifelong learning. Jennifer, please join me. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Right. Thank you so much. Right, so before I get started, I do want to thank the Educational Research Institute for the kind invitation and the platform and this very enjoyable day. I can't see any of you now because I've got light shining right in my eyes, but it's nice to be with you all this afternoon. So, what I want to talk to you about today is, well, before the lunch, we looked at inclusive curricula and what does that mean? In terms of how it should be constructed and some really interesting key elements that both João and Brian introduced us to. So what I want to do today with you now is actually to start looking at, well, what about these key elements that we discussed earlier? What does that mean for the teacher training that we've been saying is so crucial and so crucially needed? Also yesterday, throughout the workshops, a lot of this came up, this idea of training. How do we train for this? How do we prepare our teaching staff for this? And then, of course, you know, there are also implications for leadership. And as I'm taking you through the presentation now, of course, I'm going to talk to you about all levels of education. Although actually I work at a university and my focus is mostly university levels. This is not only restricted to that level. It's from early childhood education all the way to university and beyond, lifelong learning, right? This is the perspective that I want to kind of focus on today, that we start, you know, this lifelong learning journey that we're on starts when we're born all the way onto our old age. Okay. Okay. So we also looked at why is inclusion so important? And I kind of wanted to summarize a little bit what we heard earlier. So it's this idea of how do we reduce these gaps, right? How do we make sure that all our learners who go through any of our systems, all of them learn and have the same opportunities regardless of background, regardless of race, regardless of culture, regardless of language, regardless of socioeconomic backgrounds, etc. And we also mentioned learners who may have and all learners have neurological variations, right? So how do we cater for all and not just the few? How do we design curricula that are fit for purpose for our learners today and going into whatever they need in the future, not knowing what this future holds, right? Because all we know is that uncertainty is clearly there. And I think this is where all these ideas of flexibility, in terms of, you know, these kind of competences, flexibility, adaptability are really key. But that also means that that's not just about the learners. It's also about the teachers. And I kind of want to say, aren't teachers also learners? If we're going to be able to adapt our curricula and work with all these various aspects that I just mentioned, we ourselves have to be able to understand what it means. And so teacher training was a lot brought up over the course of this conference. And so it's about, you know, this idea of personalized learning, differentiated learning, so that everyone gets the support that they need so that they can thrive. And then I want to also bring back this notion that I mentioned yesterday. We're not just training children and students to be professional people. We're not just training them to be workers, right? These people are going to be one day parents themselves. They are voters, they are citizens, they are parents, colleagues, friends, parts of communities. And so, you know, this notion that we should all be thinking about how can we be active, how can we be responsible and informed citizens. So global citizenship education is sometimes mentioned, so I'll get back to that a little bit later. So we want to make sure that everybody succeeds. So my question to you is, well, what does success look like? We saw a lot of statistics earlier. And, you know, talking about cognitive overload, it's a lot for me. I'm not a statistician, I'm not a numbers person, I'm a linguist by training, so I'm a words person. And although I find data fascinating and interesting, I still think that we need to be really creative in what do we mean by, what does success look like? Right? What does it look like? And we should also, if we are to be creative and flexible and thinking of new ways, we should also be thinking of, well, how do we illustrate that? How do we document success? Maybe in a way that we're not used to, right? And because the whole point of this is really to ensure better social cohesion. So we talked about, you know, we heard about exclusion, feeling excluded, we heard about segregations and all of those things. So how do we enhance social cohesion, economic stability? But the point really is to build a more just society, right? Where everybody feels that they can contribute up to their potentialities. So very quickly, we talked again about diversity, equity, inclusion. I want to add justice, social justice into that continuum, because it is about equal opportunities for all, equal rights for all, right? Not just, and just as I said about the curriculum, not just for the few. And so I invite you to think, when we think our students, you know, João mentioned that the student lambda that we tend to think about is either the excellent student or this average student that doesn't exist because it's a conglomeration of all the students that you find. And I kind of want to say, those very good students, you can put them into any learning situation, they will learn. They don't need you. It's those who are struggling, those who don't have the support at home, who don't have the networking around them, who don't have the solidarity, who don't have the same opportunities. They are the ones who need you. And so we looked at these elements of inclusive curriculum design, right? And so I just want to go through a few aspects that might, you know, kind of guide you into thinking, well, okay, what does that look like exactly? As I'm an educational developer, obviously I looked at research and I looked at, well, you know, what kind of things could help you kind of find examples and best practices in these key elements. So obviously, we want our curricula to reflect a variety of perspectives, variety of cultures, varieties of experiences. And I don't mean by culture just language and cultural background. I mean professional cultures, disciplinary cultures, academic cultures, cultures of how do we think about students? What is the role of the teacher? What are our expectations that we place on our students? What are the expectations we place on our teachers? All these, for me, means cultures, different ways of seeing, different ways of doing, different ways of thinking education. We know that this needs to be reflected in the curricula, in our curricula, because representation matters. if our youth and our young children, they can see themselves, they can imagine themselves, right? And that was also said before lunch today. Because we want them to feel like they belong, and to feel like you belong, you feel like you should be able to contribute, your voice is heard, you are validated, you are seen. So that's what we need to really do in our classrooms. So that means that when we design learning materials and environments, they must be usable by all learners. Okay, so we heard about the textbook as well. I kind of want to say, and be a little controversial and say, it's not about the textbook. It's about the teacher. It's about the person in the classroom who is leading and constructing and designing the culture that is the learning culture of that group, of their own learning space. But when we do look at teacher agency, and when they are able to really curate, whatever they want to show in the classroom, we can see that this brings a lot of quality and engagement and motivation of students, right? Because the teacher has agency, the students feel they feel the passion, they feel the enthusiasm. So when we are designing learning materials, I really want to stress that academic freedom is also for schools. Teachers should be able to curate the content of what is happening in their classrooms. It's not about following a curriculum, it's not about following a textbook, it's about looking at each individual learning group and what best fits and suits them through multimodal approaches. So this is from linguistics, this idea that you have multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, multiple means of expression. And looking at differentiated learning. So what are the different needs and different possibilities of your different learners? Critical thinking and inquiry was really discussed this morning too, which is really about analyzing information, questioning the assumptions that we make, having active discussions, debates, things that challenge biases and that challenge stereotypes. And in a way, I don't know what it's like in Poland, but often in my teacher training in Sweden, I see that teachers are a little afraid of this. They're afraid, and we need to hear that fear, because they don't feel prepared not only to, have conflict, which, by the way, you're going to have in any learning situation. I'm not saying like open warfare. I mean conflict, disagreements. Also, that's how group formation happens. You need to go through some kind of challenge, and if the group overcomes it with positive outcomes, then you gain trust. Okay, so this idea that, we need to really engage the students with us. We need to train them to have difficult conversations. We need to help them and model conflict management, but then we also have to turn those into learning experiences, right? So that everybody benefits from this. And so we also mentioned this idea of the social justice aspect, this idea of education for the common good, this idea of education for all. And so, of course, we should think about things like equity, power dynamics, systemic inequalities. We should be discussing these things in our classrooms and with one another, and making sure that our schools are also not places of systemic inequalities. And to do that, we need to collaborate, we need to co-construct, so together with our colleagues, together with our students, together with the parents, the communities around. We need to co-construct, we need to engage everyone as a community of practice. And this is what I mean when I talk about teacher training in a moment. Okay, I can't go back. Can I? Okay, yes, I can. Sorry about that. Yes. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of the implications for educational leaders and decision makers, and then for teacher training, Really quickly, some of these useful frameworks. I don't know if you saw the QR code at the beginning of my presentation, but there you will find it links to a Padlet, and you have all these resources are there, including my slides, also for the people online in case you're interested. So useful frameworks to think about. Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality education, ensures inclusive and equitable quality education for all through a lifelong learning perspective. Target 7 is really interesting because it really breaks it down into what needs to be integrated into the curriculum. And I think we haven't really talked about that very much, but things like global citizenship education we have, but human rights perspectives. That's what Target 7, part of it tells us. Also gender equality, also education for sustainable development. We haven't talked very much about sustainability so much, but so I thought I would put that in the mix. Thinking about internationalization. So internationalization of the curriculum means the integration of global, international, cultural perspectives into the content and delivery of education at all levels. And so this, thinking about having gone through the pandemic and having the digital skills, why don't we offer virtual exchanges to students, collaborative online international learning spaces? Also for our teachers. We talked about teachers stepping outside their comfort zone, stepping outside the silos of work, stepping outside their own spaces. Well, yeah, connect them online across Poland, for example, across different regions, urban, rural, to have teacher training, communities of practice online, not necessarily formal with a course. It could be an informal kind of gathering. I think that would be a really interesting thing to think about. Use universal design for learning. I just mentioned multimodality. UDL is a way of designing education so that all student needs and all diverse learner needs are catered for. We talked about multilingualism. Here's 2 great things for you. Content and language integrated learning, which I'm sure some of you are very familiar with, CLIL. So learning the language to learn the discipline while learning the discipline to learn the language. So both together, right? And at higher education, and this is CLIL is at primary level and secondary level. So, for example, having your geography class in German, having physical education in English. Translanguaging is the actual linguistic field that you want to look at for inclusive pedagogies in multilingual contexts. And then at higher education, it's ICLHE, integrating content and language in higher education. I mentioned yesterday cultural humility, this idea of intersectionality. We talked about how do we negotiate with the parents? How do we enter in dialogue with parents who are worried that maybe if we're being more inclusive, then the quality will lower? Show them what intersectionality is. Intersectionality is a framework that examines how our various identities, race, gender, culture, language, sexuality, citizenship, status, and we can go on, how they intersect to create unique experiences of discrimination or privilege. I think these are really nice conversations or tools to use, not just with the students in the curriculum, but with the parents, with all the stakeholders that we mentioned. Thinking about the huge influx of Ukrainian children in Polish schools, take a look at trauma-informed pedagogy, which is equipping all teachers, not specialized teachers or special needs teachers, all teachers with ways to put on those glasses to recognize trauma and how do you address it and how do you support the students. And regardless of whether you've lived through war or not, in any given classroom, children have or are living through trauma. It's our responsibility also to protect and care for them. And thinking about neuro-inclusive teaching and learning, where a lot of kids we know have neurological variations. We mentioned autistic children in our classrooms. Well, these are ways of catering for these special needs. But I want to go on and talk about the implications for the educational leaders. First, children, youth, young adults, they are active agents in their learning. We must see them as such. Change takes time and it takes planning. Be patient with change. That's for our leaders. You know, when you have the ministry say, do this now, and it has to be done for the next week, that is not being mindful of quality, and that change takes time. So give people the time. Be uncomfortable with what not knowing, with uncertainty, right? It is the leaders who set the culture within schools, but even, you know, we could think of any leader in any of, you know, all the way up to the Ministry of Education. They are the ones who set the culture. So please set a culture of consultation, exploration, innovation, and dispel myths about education. That should be your job. That would help all of us teachers if our leaders would correct and dispel myths and debunk myths about learning. And we've been doing that since yesterday, I feel. So finally, be aware of change management and the hidden curriculum. The hidden curriculum are the implicit values and social norms that people, students, teachers learn through the informal and formal curriculum that we design, right? It's the unspoken expectations, the cultural messages that influence teachers, that influence students' behaviors, attitudes, and shape their values around power distance, around race, around social inequity, etc., etc. Okay, and if you're interested in more implications for what continuous professional development of teaching staff looks like, I invite you to go through this last slide. But in conclusion, when we are thinking about the curriculum, we need to be careful and thoughtful. It's a craft. It's not a deliverable. It's not a key performance indicator, right? It's a craft. Okay, so we need to see this also as something ongoing. We will never finish with the curriculum because we always have to keep it relevant within where we're living. So be warned that the curriculum is going to be coming back again and again, right? And that's okay. Educational leadership needs training, transformative change management. Please, you need to know what you're asking people to do, and the amount of work that it requires, and the effort and the blood, sweat, and tears that it requires. So train yourselves. Do better when you know better. We also need lifelong learning, professional development culture. And we need to be able to document progress in ways that are creative, fit for purpose, right? And change is crucial, right, if we are to shape this future learning that we've been talking about since yesterday. So thank you all so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And now I would like to ask Mr. Tim Surma, sounds like Polish name, head of the Center of Expertise Education and Learning at Thomas More University of Applied Sciences, Belgium. Please tell us about developing curriculum for deep thinking.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maciej, for inviting me. And in fact, yes, it's a Polish name. My grandfather is from Krakow. So it's very nice to be here in Poland. Thank you. We're talking about curriculum today and about future curriculum, and people told me it's best to start your story with bad news. It grabs attention. So yes, last summer you saw this article in The Economist stating that school systems in rich countries are doing a bad thing. It was a very strange article because they argued that we should go back to basics, and it triggered me. What does that mean? Well, when you look at some statistics concerning OECD countries, we can see that at this very moment, 1 out of 4 of the students struggle with finding meanings in texts, which means that 16 million teenagers, 15 years old, find it problematic to read newspapers, find it problematic to read opinion papers written by politicians, for instance. And that's problematic. Not only reading, only numeracy is also quite difficult for these children. And they argue in the article that we should develop brainiacs. I found that a very interesting quote, a brainiac. What is a brainiac? I think we all agree that a brainiac is someone who is able to think critically, is someone who is able to solve problems, is someone who is able to read for comprehension. And I think it's not only for economic growth. Okay, it was The Economist, I know. But I think it's much more important for democracy. And so, some of my colleagues and I, we decided to delve into this very topic. You might know some of the authors in the book that is published in 2 weeks. I guess it's open access at Springer. If we want our children to think critically, work together, solve problems, and perform many complex tasks, we should include it in the curriculum, right? Even though I will discuss with you that just including the generic skills like critical thinking, reading comprehension in the curriculum is probably not the best way forward, and we offer an alternative. We observed in many educational systems at the moment a knowledge revival. I was very happy with Tim Oates this morning, describing in several countries, Northern Ireland, England, Australia, New Zealand, you can add Belgium to that list, of knowledge that, or of systems that are re-evaluating the role of knowledge in the curriculum. And we also observe it not at the national level, but at the level of school trusts. Several school trusts, for instance in England, Netherlands and Belgium, are building new curriculum at the meso level, which re-evaluate the role of knowledge. And this is what I'm going to elaborate on. We will show you that why these systems are re-evaluating the role of knowledge. And you know, knowledge was in quite bad weather. It was in fact under attack in educational systems. There are several reasons for that. You might know the name of Michael Young, who was mentioned earlier. The statement that knowledge is nothing more than a dominant viewpoint of a powerful elite, and it was associated with reproduction of social classes. Add to that list the fact that technology entered the building, the internet. You have all the knowledge in your left hand. Why should we learn? Because you can always look it up, do you? And add to that list the existence of new kind of skills necessary to thrive in the future. And I think all of these three arguments, though they were meant to be very progressive, I think some of these arguments did not make sense at all. For me, I think information was conflated with knowledge. Information is something that is written down in a book, written down in newspapers, written down on the internet, written down on ChatGPT. But knowledge, we argue, is not information. Knowledge is information that is processed in human mind. And I will show you with 2 experiments what knowledge does in your head. So the next experiment, I will ask you, in a few seconds, something will pop up on the screen behind me. It will be very surprising. And I want you to shout out loud what you see. Yes? Please, also people at home, please have a shout. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Very interesting audience. I had music, notes, and there was some person over there who was für Elise, Beethoven. I think you're right. This is für Elise from Beethoven. So everybody's answers was correct, obviously. You shouted out what you saw. But some strange thing happened. There's this visual stimulus, which is exactly the same for everybody in this room. It travels to space and time, and it enters your senses. And with you, it gets the meaning of music. With you, it's notes, and with you, it's für Elise from Beethoven. So it means that the meaning of what you saw is enabled by the things you already know. I once had the answer hashtags. That's hashtags, yeah. So prior knowledge determines what you see. Let that sink in. What you know determines what you see. And that cannot be replaced by the internet. That cannot be replaced by ChatGPT. What you know determines what you see, and not the other way around. When you know a lot about architecture and history, you will see a different Krakow city than when you know nothing about it. What you know determines what you see. Okay, a second experiment. I will ask you all to memorize something. And you will have 12 seconds to do it. 12 seconds. And may I ask, no additional materials, no smartphones, no, just you and your brain trying to memorize something. Okay? 12 seconds, full focus. Here we go. Okay, second row. I think the last row won't be any problem anymore. Okay. Now, what happened? This was an experiment from cognitive psychology, digit memory span test. So I asked you all to memorize something, so I wanted to test your working memory. In the first line, you immediately saw this is too complex for me. I cannot handle it, and that's correct. Human beings only have the capacity to elaborate or process 4 to 7 elements at a time in your working memory. So you were all very polite, and you said, I'm going to do it because this guy, he flew from Belgium, so we'll do it. So you divided, I guess you divided the list in smaller chunks of, let's say, 3 or 4 elements, and you started to repeat them in your brain, and you processed from left to right. That's a cultural thing. And when you're almost at the end, I say, hey, there's the next line, and you were all laughing. But in fact, you were not laughing. You guys were, in fact, frustrated by the fact that I was entering additional information to your working memory. And then all of a sudden, magic happened. You said, oh, I saw, somebody said, oh, that second line is easier. It's a lot easier. But it's not true. Is this going down? Yes. I think he's afraid of me. Stop, boy. Okay. Good boy. But what really happened, you noticed in the second line, it appeared much easier, but it isn't easier. It's 12 digits. It's exactly the same. The only thing which made it look easier for you was your prior knowledge. Germans. All of a sudden, prior knowledge pops up and makes new learning look easier. Just because you know something about it. So what happened in the second line, you have 3 chunks of information, and these 3 chunks of information, they can be processed in a very easy way. And that's thanks to our system of long-term memory. So you might argue, Tim, education is not about the memorizations of lines of digits, and you're right, absolutely right. But we see the same processes in reading, in problem solving, in critical thinking. All these complex, deep thinking skills are enabled by vast stores of knowledge. Knowledge should not be seen as a list of facts. It's, in fact, a large schema of interconnected ideas. So when you have a very large knowledge schema, then children will be able to grasp the meaning of words and sentences very easily. Children with a less developed and structured knowledge base, they will find everything they learn difficult. And that's why we think it's very essential for curriculum reforms to have in mind how this learning actually works. This is a very, very simplified model of learning, but I think it's useful. And the schools we work with in Belgium, Netherlands, and England, they use it quite a lot to structure their thinking about learning and curriculum. We know there's an environment which has a lot of information for students, and we want them to think about some of these things in working memory. And we know working memory is limited. Human working memory is very limited. Even in fact, when we add some elements like 12 digits, it's already overloaded, and we cannot tackle that problem. There's no such thing as working memory training. We know that we can bypass this limitation of working memory by having we should be aware that human long-term memory is immense. We do not know what is the maximum capacity of human long-term memory. We do not know yet how many terabytes there are in it. At this time, people think the more is in your memory, the more can be added to the long-term memory. So when you have relevant prior knowledge, it structures your thinking. And it acts like a cognitive resource which frees up memory space in working memory, so there's room left to think. When a lot of new information is not connected to prior knowledge, all of our resources go to the information itself, and that's not what we want in education. We want children to think critically. We want students to solve problems and so forth. So experimental research has now found that these complex cognitive skills, like reading comprehension, critical thinking, and so forth, are very important skills, but sadly enough, they are not transferable. So we cannot teach critical thinking in isolation. It would be lovely if we could do that, but it seems to be nearly impossible to teach it in isolation. And now the consensus in cognitive science is that we should develop these skills, but they require a strong foundation of domain-specific knowledge. And that's a cognitive perspective, but when you know that what you know determines what you see, and what you know determines the speed and accuratesse and the duration of future learning, then we should also know that some children get this knowledge from their home. A very old friend of mine, some of you might know this very old man, he is now 97 years old. He wrote this. Please have a read. We should be very aware of that. Most of our children in this room are educated at home by having a lot of discussions with rich vocabulary, which in fact means that you're private tutoring your child. Not every child has this opportunity, so when schools do not offer the knowledge they need to be successful in life, then I think education is having a big problem. Just to sum up, I think prior knowledge is important for future learning, for complex cognitive skills, and it's also very fair and offers an equitable opportunity. Okay, now we know that knowledge is important. This has obviously implications for the curriculum. I will very briefly describe some implications, but I refer to our book if you want to see it more elaborated. The curriculum of Scotland was mentioned earlier. This is a screenshot of Curriculum for Excellence. And you see that progressions at the national curriculum are described knowledge-free. They're all on a skills-based progression model, and it's very difficult to progress learning based on generic skills. We now know that the sequence of learning, we need prior knowledge and specific knowledge to do it. So the risks of having a knowledge-free curriculum is that generic skills are taught out of context, and some of these vague goals, they might lead to incoherence because teachers do not know what has been taught earlier. So knowledge is often not built very systematically, and we see in practice that a lot of school and teachers, they start to teach very complex skills at a too early age. And so we argue that the knowledge-rich curriculum is a kind of set of promises we make to future teachers. When you're teaching grade 7, you exactly know what has been taught in grade 6. So you can build on the prior knowledge of the earlier teachers. So a decent knowledge-rich curriculum makes a teacher more effective, but even more important, a decent knowledge-rich curriculum makes the collective of teachers a lot more effective. In several curricula, this one is one at the meso level, we see that the curriculum is described from a content perspective. And I think that's important to understand that we need to build content just for the sake of equity and for the sake of providing our children the knowledge they need in order to develop these skills. This is an example of a curriculum for kindergarten. Yeah? So that's an example, and it's very successful. So when we put content first, I was very happy that Zhao told the audience that it's important to have the arts in it. So when knowledge-rich curriculum, it's not only about mathematics or language, obviously that's important, but we should have a very broad perspective. We should bring history in, arts, humanities, and so forth. And obviously there will be choices to be made. I'm going a little bit quicker because I want to end my presentation in time, but there are a lot of good selection models at hand to select the knowledge you want in a balanced and greedy curriculum, because we will not argue that knowledge is the only outcome. We argue that the complex skills should also be an outcome of a knowledge-rich curriculum, and we should debate what should not be left to chance. People already talked a lot about coherence, and that's very important in a vertical way and in a horizontal way. So even in our educational system, we should think about the spiral curriculum without being too overly repetitive, because that's boring for our students. This is an example of a coherent curriculum at the meso level, teaching students art in England in the Knowledge Schools network. We see that children at 10 years old are able to make the most brilliant artworks and discussing with a high level of knowledge and vocabulary with each other what they're doing. It's fantastic to see. And just to achieve it, we need clarity in the curriculum. Here's an example of the national curriculum in England, which has the advantage of providing teachers with insights of what has been learned and what has been taught. And for the system perspective, this is also very important. When you have very vague and underspecified curriculum goals, it's very difficult to have a decent assessment. In fact, when the curriculum is vague, the assessment becomes the curriculum. And it has obviously a lot of impact also on teacher education and professional development. So to wrap it all up, I think we observe a knowledge revival in a lot of schools and educational systems at this time, just because we want our children to be able to think deeply. And we now know that knowledge is an enabler. It's oxygen for our brain. It's not information, it's the knowledge which is possessed in our brain. We also know that it's no longer seen in those schools as an elite kind of thing. And we now know that it's just a social transformative tool to create learning opportunities for all. And finally, there's now a growing consensus already that the best curricula, at least at the meso level, should be content-led, very specific for teachers in order to be coherent, far beyond only mathematics and languages. And I think we really need teachers to be the best agents to convey the knowledge we need to thrive in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Oh, and I know, there were notes. Yeah, I have a great reflexes. I train model building, so you know. Now I would like to ask Mr. Peter Fagerström, leader of the Digital Education Accelerator for the European Commission's European Digital Education Hub, EduCrafter of Finland, to give us a little speech about innovating the future of European education.
But first, you have been sitting for 45 minutes after eating. Would you please get up and move a little bit? And I can have a glass of water. Somebody else want one? Stretch a little bit. Get that blood flowing. You need it for learning. It's critical. You do know that the moving body learns much better. So, walking meetings, everyone. You're not moving. Come on. Get it moving. Dance, whatever you like. Almost everybody's up. I'm not starting until you're ready. They gave me 20 minutes, so I will use part of it for you. Please, while I talk, please interrupt me if you have questions. I don't see you too well, so you might have to really interrupt me. Or maybe you can from the side. So I would like you to also engage in the topic if you have questions or comments or something like this. And then I have a quick clicker, and it works. So I come from a company called EduCrafter, and the title was different. It will become apparent why in a little bit. So we have some challenges when we want to change education systems. And one of the main challenges, I think, is a coordination of the different silos. So we have a lot of different change projects, but they're not connected to each other. So plenty of innovation projects happening across Europe, but not connected to each other. And we do not implement best practices. So we've heard many academics here talk about curriculum, and we have great curriculums brought across Europe and across the world, but the implementation part is very, very difficult. So how do we actually get this, what we see at policy level should happen, implemented into the day-to-day of teachers, learners, schools, companies? And that's kind of where we come in. So my history is I used to work at university. I was coordinating and working with education for sustainable development, digital education, starting in 2004. So I've been doing this kind of stuff for about 20 years now. And for about 10 years, I used to run a school. And 8 years ago, we started with EduCrafter because we saw that teachers and education systems had such a big problem with actually starting to implement things. And now we're working with something called digital learning ecosystems. So what is that? You can all read. Please raise your hand if you can't see it. Is learning ecosystems a familiar concept? See some nodding heads. That might even have been a hand like we do in education traditionally. But it's still something that is very much coming. So we see organizations like WISE, UNESCO, for example, they are already moving into creating learning ecosystems. And in the US, they've been talking about digital learning ecosystems, but very much on a school level, and they talk about the infrastructure and the different apps and software needed. But this is much more. This is about communities. This is about engaging all the different stakeholders. For us, we've worked with basically all different levels of education. So our first client was the Ministry of Education in Finland. We were asked to come in to do a series of hackathons in the education system. And because the school I was running was in Estonia, we have a very strong connection between Estonia and Finland. So we brought in ministries, municipalities. It was held in a teacher training school with all 8th graders of the school. We had a busload of Estonian teachers and students coming over. We had startups, we had corporations, we had parents, all working together of innovating education. So really bringing all those engaged in the outcomes of learning together. We work with 3 pillars. The main one that we're really starting on now is innovation hubs, so education innovation hubs. And this is, I would say, mostly for policymakers and decision makers at this point. The outcomes will go to the other ones, but we need to start getting these concepts out to the leaders, those who hold the budgets. Then we work with training programs, capacity and competence building, and what we call ecosystem in action. So the hubs are neutral spaces where we bring all the different stakeholders together. And the term neutral space is super important, because when we work in education now, we go to a university. The university is the master. They have the power, they have the mandate there. Or we go to a ministry, they decide. Or we go to a school, and the school is in charge of that. But when we start creating co-owned spaces, and this has been done in other sectors, in the startup ecosystem, for example. So you have co-working spaces and startup hubs popping up, and people come together with all their different resources and viewpoints. That is when we see real innovation happening. And the training programs, of course, is critical, because a lot of this is new thinking, and it's thinking together. So how can we think together better? There's a Finnish methodology called team learning, which has shown to accelerate learning up to 10 times. Google has done a lot of research into small teams. So when you have 5 to 7 people working together over a longer time, you can actually come up with very innovative and very good ideas. And then, in their case, of course, also this long tail. So when you're not forced to do something, you're given the opportunity to do something. Those are the ideas that actually make it. Gmail, for example, if it's familiar. So currently I'm working on an initiative to create 1,000 of these hubs across the world. And we're currently in discussions in Estonia, in Ukraine, in Benin, in Tanzania, and in Sri Lanka. How can we make this reality happen? And this is stakeholder-driven initiatives. But we've noticed that there is a lack of ecosystem orchestrators. There's a lack of catalysts in these systems. So I went to Sri Lanka, for example, and I had 15 meetings across 2 weeks. And 13 of these meetings led to MOUs. So there was so much understanding that we need to collaborate, but they themselves could not do it. The level of collaboration just doesn't happen if they don't get some sort of focus. And this is what the hubs are. And we as an organization try to come in and help ecosystems do this. And then the other one is digital infrastructure for education. So we have, I've heard, about 7,000 education technology companies across Europe. 2,600 now under the umbrella of the European EdTech Alliance, meaning we have almost any solution to any problem you can come up with. There are so many out there, but they're not benchmarked, they're not findable. There are a lot of different kind of bottlenecks. So we need to build what we call a microservice architecture for digital education and learning data. And for example, Estonia is already doing this. They have now a data lake for what they call learning steps. What are the smallest things you need to do? Some people talk about learning bits. what are the learning bits that we can get out of our digital tools. And when we start looking at this, then we can also start looking at paying for learning outcomes instead of paying for licenses. And one of the things we know about digital education, we have a lot of resources going to waste in education just from the licenses. Just co-authored a paper for the UN about this. Happy to talk more about it. Well, all of these topics, of course. So now we will actually come more and more to Europe, which was the title as well. My company, we work as a service contractor to two of the European Commission initiatives. And we are building something what I call innovation pathways, so innovation at one point maybe superhighways in Europe. So there is support now for several different layers in the innovation pipeline. So the small bubbles you see up there, and I don't have a pointer, they're supposed to represent ideas. So ideas and teams and people who want to do something in innovation. And one of the initiatives is called DigiEduHack. So there are different kind of educational hackathons happening across Europe. Last year, I think it was 39 hackathons happening. This year, I think it was 54 hackathons during 1 week in November. And next year, there's a new one again. And then after you've created your first concepts, your first prototypes, then you can take the next step. And the next step, we have different kind of community supports from associations. There are a lot of EdTech associations across Europe under the Alliance. And then also these initiatives that bring digital educators and things like this together. And after that, we even have then what I was am leading for this Commission hub is the European Digital Education Hub's Accelerator Program. And here we take best practices in one country and we help them scale across country borders. So if you see something in one country, there are programs that help you bring this to your countries. There are test beds all across Europe. There are a lot of networks of testers, future crash labs, all these kind of networks existing. And you can start your own as well. So, Commission initiative, European Digital Education Hub. Today, a community of practice of more than 6,000 digital education experts. This hub has many different initiatives. It's a community that is gathered online. More or less anybody has access to it. You just need to apply and be accepted onto the hub, works on Microsoft Teams. And then the hub has different kind of activities, special interest groups, design thinking workshops, accelerator programs, mentoring, different kind of knowledge sharing events. And we have seen that those who really engage, they then become a true part of this hub and keep coming back, because there are so many different resources being made available that you can just apply and come in at another point again. And this is very inclusive. So even if the physical workshops are all across Europe, if you're selected for one workshop, your trips are also paid. You have to pay for your own time, but you don't have to actually put any resources into this. And outcomes from workshops, for example, that goes around Europe is actually policy recommendations going up to the highest levels. So you also have a voice through this hub as well. In the accelerator, we take innovative solutions that I already mentioned, including practices, but we have only had a couple of applications and nobody yet gone through. Some of the practices are very common. So it's, we can already see them across borders, and then it doesn't really make sense to scale them. But some of them are actually quite interesting. So if you look at here, Annie in the corner, the company is called Annie Advisor. They have a chatbot system that reduces dropout rates by 25%. I'll say that again. They reduce dropout rates by 25%. And if you know that we have, in Europe, we have about 10% dropouts across the systems, and you maybe at university you know how much money you get in from a student, so you can start calculating how valuable that 25% actually is. It's huge sums when we talk about Europe or the world. Another company is Practical, Estonian company. They have created a physics kit, actually STEM ecosystem, that has all of the different physics, biology kind of experiments, but on very simple, by very simple tools, physical kits that you can yourself replenish the parts in it. So you can go to a hardware store and buy the parts if they run out. So lowering the cost of physics labs, for example, by a lot. Edit AI, they do project-based learning content from context for integrated curriculums. Datorium is a company that does, it's a coding school online, but they can also do other topics where they tokenize learning. So they have bots online who actually look at both social emotional interaction between the students, the learning, and then you can get real-time learning data across the country. So they're working in more than 70 schools in Latvia. And they have a dashboard where you can see where learning is happening right now. And they can measure it to the point where they know when to bring the students into real projects, which they do. So in the accelerator, we've had thematic focuses. And of course, AI last year rose as one of them. And we saw about 50% of the applications were AI-based. And this year, we of course expected that more of them would be, because there is so much talk about AI in education, and still 50% of the applications were AI-based. So even if AI is coming, and it seems to be about 50% when we talk about education technology, based on this small sample, then there is still a lot of other things that we do. For example, Alpa kids from Ireland can identify dyslexia before kids go to school. Pretty handy for education systems to know which kids already need more help with certain things coming into school. Elina is for kindergarten, for early childhood. It's a coach in the pocket for the teachers. So you have all the localized curriculums, all the localized frameworks, everything in your pocket all the time. And then one of the things that we talked about here quite a lot was career guidance. Spotiself, a Lithuanian program, they have a curriculum for the career guidance instructors in school as well. So it's not only about how do students do the career guidance with this tool, but it's also how do they help the whole system of career guidance in the country. And they increase students' self-determination, kind of motivation, by 50%. And 50% is the top performers. 500% is the low performers when they go through this program. So this year's cohort we're working with about 1 million learners, those companies that we have, and about 40,000 schools and organizations. And these are startups, education technology companies that are just starting out, and the impact is already at this level. And we have now 7, I think, companies there. So fairly reasonable. And if you want to join the hub, if you have a camera out, you can do this. I suppose you will get the slides later as well. You can just Google European Digital Education Hub. You will find how to join it there as well. Then, very quickly, the hack. And the QR code. I see one camera at least, so. Pedagogy, andragogy, heutagogy. Familiar terms? Teacher-led, teacher-facilitated, student-driven. But still somehow according to what we, the decision makers, want them to do. We're proposing craftagogy. So self-aligned, purpose-driven learning. Entrepreneurs do this, artists do this. Why can't we as education systems do this? And then I had an extra slide because my time is out. So if you have a problem, you're in a very good situation. Because, you know, if you fall, you don't fall far. So you could completely redo the whole thing and start using our best practices that we already have, that all the other speakers have been talking about. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Peter. So now, maybe please join us, Jennifer, team. If you have any questions, now there will be a great time to ask them. I will take a look at all the stage. Yes, please.
Yes, it's a question addressed to Peter. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering about if you could tell us a bit more about the tool developed by the company Annie, about this chatbot that reduces dropout rates of 25%. Could you tell us a bit more about how it works?
Well, it's an AI-based tool, really before Gen AI became popular. They already started. That has a conversation with the students. So they're checking in with all the students at the different organizations where this has been rolled out. How are you doing? Do you have any problems? Anything you want to talk about? These kind of things. And the students know it's a bot. Students today, they are used to interacting with technology. And they use the different kind of platforms. So they can be on WhatsApp, or they can be on Microsoft Teams, or whatever you're implementing. And then when they get to the point that they actually find a real problem, that person, that student, is transferred over to the normal support system. So it doesn't take away the support system, but it really catches those dropouts that are about to drop out.
Thanks. What other questions do we have? Brian?
Yeah, thanks very much. I just had a question for Jennifer, just in relation to teacher education. And as you rightly said, lots of the systems are struggling with how to get a good system for teacher education, because it's so critical to developing inclusive systems. I was just wondering if there's any solutions to the fact that a lot of the teacher education programs are in universities which have autonomy and complete autonomy in terms of the program, and yet the system requires them to up speed in terms of inclusion and diversity and that. And have you seen any solutions to that, which sometimes can be a tension?
Yes, I mean, yes. So it's true that teacher education is largely run by universities. Also, it's radically different across Europe. Every country has it. It's a bit of a maze, to be honest. And I think, for example, in Poland, if I'm not mistaken, you study a discipline first, and then you choose to go into education. That's correct, right? And so that made me think, first of all, that it's a profession, teaching, right? So learning about geography is not the same as teaching geography. So that's one thing I just wanted to say, maybe. I think that for me, it's a problem because universities don't talk enough with secondary schools. I think in your country, in Ireland, it's a great example of how teacher education is better molded and better suited, I think, for the needs of the future teachers.
I'm also concerned about this idea that teacher education, you know, it's a bachelor, master's, let's say 5 years, and then often we have this feeling that we're done. And, you know, I mentioned lifelong learning, and I think, I also want to say, I think learning doesn't just happen in an organized course. So we need to give informal ways of learning across the career to educators in maybe more creative ways, communities of practice. I mentioned something online, for example. You know, in Sweden, we have something called the critical friend, which is you invite a colleague to come and co-teach with you, co-design with you, think with you, or observe your teaching, give you feedback, and you then do the same for them. Not in an evaluative or judgmental way, right? It's this idea that it's a friend who's going to help you think better. And I think also reflective approach. We don't have enough of a reflective approach. We don't teach teachers about the reflective approach, the benefits, what can it look like, how do we do it? So I didn't really answer your question because I'm not so knowledgeable about teacher education itself. But I know that we need to better communicate between universities and secondary and primary school to do the job that we're supposed to in training those teachers.
We have a question over there, please.
Yes, Donatella Solda from the European EdTech Alliance and the Future Education Institute in Italy. I think it's rather a comment and a question, if you are willing to comment yourself. I think that from your speeches of this afternoon and from also what was touched in the morning by Mr. Gajderovic, I think, probably, the Deputy Director of IB, affordances, I would say, are key to innovation, to adoption of innovation. The last speech was about EdTech. EdTech is basically the evolution of textbooks, and in the morning we were discussing about the role of dealing with publishers in order tools to be widespread, not only for excellent teachers, but for all the ecosystem. The comment or the question is about how, in your experience, the interaction between public and private sector, considering the private sector the producer of the main tool, the majority of tools that then are they used by formal education, especially K-12, is successful. I mean, what is the balance between the innovation coming from startups, from the EdTech sector, and the evolution of traditional sector like publishers, and the actual achievement of innovation in curricula?
Yes. First of all, I would like to comment back. I don't think EdTech is evolution of textbooks. We have EdTech on many different layers. We have infrastructure EdTech, we have support EdTech, we have delivery EdTech, then we have method EdTech, and then we have content EdTech. So there is so much educational technology. Then we have learning technologies as well. But yes, LearnTech, corporate learning and so on, informal learning. There are models at the moment in Europe, Estonia being the first one, I suppose, where the government and the EdTech Association has an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the ministries, 2 ministries, I believe, where Minister of Education and Finance, if I don't remember incorrectly, where it says that if the public sector wants to develop something, they have to ask the private sector, does it already exist? Do you already have a solution that fits what we are trying to achieve? So basically not wasting public money building it, because we have been building these systems for decades, and they're very expensive when public sector builds these kind of systems. They're not educational technology companies. They're government institutions, right? So their expertise lies elsewhere. Then there was, are they effective when introducing curriculum? Finnish company Grapho game, kids can learn to read before they go to school on a tablet or a smartphone. Is that for the curriculum effective? I don't know, but I think it's pretty awesome. Mathematics, for example, several ones that do a lot of what the curriculum needs to do. And again, engaging the students in topics that otherwise they would not be engaged in. Gamifying in many cases.
Thank you. I think there's a question over there.
Socha Institute, Educational Research Institute. I just want to ask you about micro-credentials, because our institute has a pilot project about micro-credentials, and we are focusing on informal education and for lifelong learning. I just want to ask you about the place or a space for micro-credentials in curriculums.
I mean, there are plenty of initiatives. There are big networks of micro-credentials experts working all across Europe. There are already existing platforms where you can map out your competencies and implement them. You don't need to build anything. I would say most of the solutions already in this space exist. Just, I mean, you might want to customize some parts of it, but that's much cheaper than building whole systems. And I think you can find them by doing a web search. Yeah. If not, then I can connect you to
I don't mean the IT system, but the organization system for institutions, like law recommendations to have micro-credentials in Polish law regulations. This is what we are planning to recommend for the ministries.
I'm not sure I understand your question. You want to find out what our take is on how we can build a micro-credential system within curricula. Is that what you're asking?
I just want to ask you about your opinion. Where do you see this space for micro-credentials in formal education, for example?
I am not an expert at all in this, first of all. First disclaimer. I have opinions about a lot of things. I think that we've been talking a lot in my unit, the unit for teaching and learning, on micro-credentials, but not in the student curricula, but in the teacher's curricula, so the teacher training curricula, as a way of obviously offering more flexibility in learning, to people who don't really have a lot of time to invest in their development. Of course, this is something we should all be thinking about. If we are to remain relevant as education institutions in the future, of course we should be thinking about micro-credentials, segmentation of learning, and things like that. But as I said, I'm not an expert, so I will stop right there.
So we're now able to measure learning digitally. And that can be mapped against learning outcomes. Because using digital tools, you can map that against the curriculum. And we go down to nano level, if you want to use nano micro, right? The learning bits. If you have that small data, then you can fairly easily create a system where you have a micro-credential or a macro-credential out of the learning data without having to do a lot of other things. And here somebody's going to say that there needs to be a human in the loop somewhere, and surely there needs to be. But I would say the technology is starting to be there where we can actually automate a lot of the assessment parts as well. Because it's learning outcome based. So yeah, and then knowledge, skills, attitudes, abilities, competences. Not very many has mentioned competences here. So maybe the knowledge, if we take this to the panel, if there are no more questions, if there are questions, we're more than happy to do that as well. How do you see competences?
Oops.
I was going to ask a question about that very issue. A question for you, Tim. Jean Auclair from Canada.
Hello.
You've been talking a lot about knowledge. We've been, for the last couple of days, talking about curriculum development and new trends internationally. Do you have a feeling that the current trends in curriculum development are going in the wrong direction with respect to the treatment of knowledge? That's sort of what I understood from your presentation, but I want to make sure that I'm clear on the message that you're trying to send to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Since, let's say, the 90s of the last century, there was a very observable push towards curriculum at the national level based on the competencies as an outcome. We've seen the same thing happening in Belgium and a lot of other countries. For instance, in Belgium, we have 8 key competencies from Europe, and we invented 8 extra competencies. Now we have 16 key competencies, which is quite difficult to understand that there are key competencies and then 16. So that's the first problem. And a second problem is the fact that by starting from the competencies, even though everybody acknowledged the fact that knowledge is within a competency, knowledge has been forgotten in some systems. Well-intentioned. But what happened in schools and with teachers was the fact that, in fact, the autonomy, which was given by the competencies to the educational system, was taken by other actors. For instance, outcome measures like central exams, they became the curriculum, or textbooks, they became the curriculum. So we noticed that in fact the autonomy, which was in fact meant to be given to the educational system, was taken by other actors. And so, yes, I think, to answer your question right now, I think there's now a second turn in curriculum development being observed in a lot of nations, mentioned by Tim earlier. So it's, as a researcher, it's a very pleasant time to see what happens now in those systems. Are students performing better? First indications of long-term investigations are pointing in this direction. I recommend you all to read a study by David Grismer and Daniel Willingham, who followed a cohort of students from kindergarten on, and they found that a large subset of students they've performed better, but even more important, the equity gap was reduced to an absolute minimum. There will always be a gap, but it was reduced enormously by putting knowledge back in the curriculum. So very interesting what this new curriculum turn might hold for us.
Okay, thank you. So there's a question in the front row. I would like the gentlemen first, then you. Anyone else?
Thank you very much indeed. Peter, obviously you've argued very strongly for kind of open innovation. Prior to, really 20 years ago now, prior to digital innovation in education, in England we had 2 innovations. One was something called Brain Gym, and the other was a strong promotion of learning styles. And when we evaluate teachers in schools, they still talk about these innovations, and in some schools still have them established. Neither of them are credible in terms of learning theory, and they've introduced significant problems in terms of equity. A digital example, we looked at a number of different systems for gathering data, personalised data about children in schools. And we found two almost equivalent systems, one of which had a very powerful effect in terms of encouraging teachers to become engaged with their pupils and elevated attainment across the school. The other one, very, very similar, had a depressing effect and actually introduced real problems of equity. Singapore innovates massively. It innovates more than any other system, but it closes down things that aren't successful very quickly because they evaluate them very stringently. In your model of very open innovation, what are the criteria by which things which aren't working and are detrimental are identified, and how in the system are things that are positive in terms of outcomes identified and promoted?
I think you said your system. None of these are my systems. They are governmental systems. So there are test beds that sit at government institutions across Europe. We're getting maybe like this. So there are real teachers in real classrooms that are testing the solutions that are being scaled in their own. And these are experts on educational technology and the local curriculum and what needs to be implemented. That having been said, I come from a system where the teachers are, most of them, masters of education. So they also have the competence to actually do such an assessment. But we have this all across Europe as well, so this is not really a problem. How do you get people to change? That is perhaps the question you're asking. Because when they have been told something that they should use something, it kind of sticks in the system. We talk, when we do trainings, we talk about encourage the heart. So during 18 months, you can actually, if you work with adult maturity, with team learning, you can create, grow, seed, support, coach teachers to become innovators in their field, and really driven innovators. I worked with a school in Estonia where the headmaster is the most innovative. They created a democratic school within a public school. And after the first session, she said, and excuse the language, we're not America, so I'm going to say, what the fuck are you doing? After one session, she can already see the change in the school. She was part of the training, she could not see anything different. But we give a mandate and responsibility to the teachers to actually change the school. Of course, with the leadership there. And when you get that, you also get teachers that are engaged. So they look at these kind of things critically. They don't look at, oh, this is, flower, somebody told me I should do this. They actually look critically at the things that they implement because they own it. It's their thing. They are the ones doing it. I don't know if I touched upon your question.
I think, Tim, you meant that for the past decade, some innovations in education turned out to be very flawed, like the line of thinking that you should accommodate instruction to a preferred learning style turned to be out a massive myth, which was taught in our teacher education system, at least for decades. And there are other, you have the multiple intelligence theory by Howard Gardner, which is misused, to say the least. So sometimes an innovation is not getting things better. Sometimes we prefer to talk about getting the system better, and getting systems better might be by part keeping what is good and changing some big or minor issues to the system. I think, Tim, that was partly your question too. Yes.
Thank you. There is also, I believe it will be the last question. Tim has to go right now, I've been told.
Tomasz Gryczyło, University of Wrocław. I'm sorry that Tim is leaving because it's mostly to him this question, but I would like also to learn your opinion, because I'm in favor that knowledge is essential for obtaining any competences. So there is certain knowledge we all have to obtain to be able to develop our competences. And then, what do you think about giving the teachers the autonomy to choose what is the base of knowledge that it's necessary and how far to go above that? So what do you think about teacher being the one who decide what must be there?
I think that's a really good question. I think that I think we need to complexify our thinking. I don't think it's either knowledge or competences, or it's and, right? That's the first thing. I also worry when we talk about foundations that we think that that's lower order thinking skills and rote learning for our learners. Because I think all our learners at all ages should engage with complex thinking. So yesterday I used this metaphor of how we can think, and it's like a split screen. You have the discipline, the knowledge, and then you have all the competences, skills, values, attitudes, behaviors, everything else. And you need to always kind of like have this bifocal vision, right? And at times you have to think, well, what are the demands of the discipline that I need to cater to in terms of competences, values, attitudes, or the opposite, right? So I think we need to be thinking a little bit more fluidly about these notions and not put them into separate boxes of either or. I don't know if you want to add something.
Fluidly or flow?
Yes.
So how do we get them into flow? How do we engage them? How do we had a conversation earlier about dopamine. How do we get dopamine back into education? Anybody? A little bit, yes.
Fun.
Fun, movement.
Connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Challenges, definitely. Don't give a reading list, as somebody said. Make them go out and find what they're interested in reading, as long as it's on the topic, right, around the challenge.
We need to trust that the children and the youth in our learning spaces are autonomous, independent, sentient beings, and therefore we must task them with their own learning. Instead of telling a child who's asking you a question, this is what happens, go tell the child, go ask your friends, what's your hypothesis? What do you think? Go ask your friends, go check and come back. Create conditions for this construction, this co-construction, this learning is a social craft and activity. Yeah, that's
73% of learners that have gone through a democratic system, democratic education, become entrepreneurs. I'll say that again, 73%. They go out and create their own livelihood, their own lives. They must be doing something right.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is time that we should end this session, because time runs short. I would like to thank you, Jennifer and Peter. And I would like to kindly ask Mr. Gajderowicz to conclude this conference and for some ending remarks.
So, according to the agenda, I have 40 minutes for closing remarks, so sit comfortably and relax. And of course, anyone who ever had experience being a teacher knows that to become a hero of your classroom, you need to finish earlier. So I know that, so no worries. Just a few things to sum up what we did over these amazing 2 days. As I said yesterday, we tried to make the Global Forum as exciting as possible, starting from giving you amazing lineup during these 2 days. We ordered the most terrible weather you can imagine, so you can really enjoy this life and also nightlife of Warsaw. So I hope you did. But seriously, this was amazing and very intensive time for us. We learned a lot, and this is something that we will really use in our discussion around reforming the curricula and, in general, reforming all of the aspects of education. Especially that I have a feeling that we are in a special moment where the framework for curricula is, the mainstream is a bit different than it was a few years ago, starting from the discussion between the competencies and knowledge, knowing that artificial intelligence entered every aspect of the schooling system, that students, they are doing every homework using artificial intelligence. This changes a lot in how we deal with technology. So we learned really a lot. Actually, for paraphrasing Hayek, this also presented to us how little we really know about what we imagine we can design. But I think that the amount of evidence and the science-driven conclusions are clear for showing the pathway towards reforming the curriculum. So we will show you very soon the effects of this global forum and your expertise on how the final version of the educational reform will look like. So I'm very glad to see all of you here and in Poland, and I'm happy that Poland is back also in the international community of the learning sciences. That's really amazing. I'm very proud of that. And first of all, let me thank all the speakers who did really a great job. That was really intensive. Please, huge respect for that. Thank you, all of you who were sitting here and just being with us physically, and those who are on the other side of the screen for the entire day. That was really, I think that was for all of us, that was amazing experience. Thank you, Marcin, because that was really difficult 2 days for you. Red tie becomes fashion again recently. Yeah, so thank you so much. That was amazing time, and I hope to see you very soon on behalf of Educational Research Institute, the entire organizing team, Maciej Jakubowski, Justyna Giżyńska. Thank you so much. That was amazing time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our conference. For all of you who are in this room with us, please remember to check if you are signed into the list of the conference desk, because they are complaining that a lot of you didn't do it, and it is very important for us. So if you could, I would kindly ask you to do so. For you on the other side, we will meet you there, because we are now leaving this room and going out into internet right now. So thank you, all of you, and we will meet soon again, I'm sure.